Hello, we're back for another episode, guys. Welcome in. Uki, Tom, you were looking up banoffee pie. Seriously, it's so good. One of Sammy's faves. Hi, Cookie. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully you had a good day. It was very rainy here today. There's the monster himself. We took a little trip up island to, yeah, I'm thugged out. Same with Sammy. We took a little trip up island to a place called Duncan. We had to go pick up a gazebo. So we're gonna start to kind of build our smokehouse to obviously smoke meats and stuff out of. And because of the investment of the big green egg, is it's not a cheap thing to buy, so we want to make sure it's covered, and that way it'll just last us longer and we won't have to spend as much money on maintenance. So a little bit of money up front, but then long term, good to go. So that's what we did today. The box is like 375 pounds. It took 4 of us to get it into the van, but it is so worth it. It was on sale, so we couldn't pass it up because we've been trying to get one for a while.
1/3 of the price.
And my dad said he can't even build us one for that price, so we had to do it. Yeah, making the smokehouse. So I think that's what's gonna happen next weekend, because Saturday, crossing our fingers, is not supposed to rain. Sammy's showing you guys. That's what we got.
So that's gonna cover the egg and table.
Yeah, almost our whole patio area will be covered now, so we can do cooking streams outside year round.
Yep.
Yes, because it's so much fun.
There will be more smoking streams if we start producing more too.
Tom, you're getting a lot of rain there. It has rained all day and it's just starting to clear up.
No, it's starting to rain again.
Okay, we were in the clouds. The elevations that we were driving at, we were like driving in the clouds, which is one of my favorite things about living here. Cookie's cooking up an eye roast. Yeah, quasi lurking, no problem. We're gonna be busy today on stream. Making 2 things today, but I think both of them are quite simple, so it shouldn't take us very long. What's up, Nike? Yeah, Gangsta Kate. I was like, you know what, Sammy? I'm cooking with my toque on today. And he's like, to be honest, I don't know why you haven't before this. And so that's what's happening. The hype pumpkin.
Oh, does it last for more than one time?
This is the greatest. Okay, guys, so going down today, I really hope that Bufffbagwell pops in at some point. I might have to tag him in a Discord post just to remind him. But he said he marked it on his calendar. But sometimes life gets carried away and we forget about things. So this is for Bufffbagwell. He requested this a while ago. He donated money for this. I believe he donated $30 for ingredients for us to make this stuff, which is quite a big chunk of what this costs. I mean, the most expensive thing for this Sunday dinner is the beef.
Fresh ground.
And then everything else is pretty inexpensive. So 2 pies going down today. Cottage pie and banoffee pie. Sammy likes both of those. I like both of those. I think you guys would like both of those.
Pie.
Yeah, Nike. I drive through clouds a lot. And you guys are probably wondering, well, why are you calling it cottage pie? So here's the thing that I was taught early on when I started streaming is the time that I would stream at when I first started was like nighttime, so mostly dinner time streams. And for some reason, I had a lot of people from the UK watching me. And I made shepherd's pie on stream one day, and they're like, shepherd's pie has lamb. And I was like, oh, like I didn't even know that. Not really a thing here. So North America, you call shepherd's pie like it has beef in it. But actually, that's not right. So we call it cottage pie instead because we're using beef today. So just remember that. And it kind of makes sense. Like shepherds, they raise sheep and lamb. So
Cottages are people that have.
yeah, exactly. And while our cottage pie is baking, we'll go over a little bit of history of it, maybe for the banoffee pie as well. And then going into banoffee pie. So I want to make little mini kind of 2-bite banoffee pies instead of one big one. I think it's just better that way. I guess maybe you get a little bit more crust, which is kind of my favorite part because it's just buttery and delicious. So we'll use these little tins. And then the crust is not actually graham crust. And I almost made this mistake of not buying the tea biscuits, or we can call them digestive cookies, whatever you want to call them. So we crush those up and mix it with butter instead of using graham crumbs. So a little bit different, maybe a touch sweeter, but I do like how that bakes up in the oven. It's almost more like toasty tasting to me. So hopefully you guys notice a difference if you do make this. And then also in this pie, so banoffee, banana and toffee. So obviously fresh bananas, and then we make toffee from sweetened condensed milk is the way that I like to do it. I browsed through a couple of different recipes though, and everyone kind of has their own variation of the type of caramel or toffee that they use. So I'm gonna use a recipe from, I believe it's Carnation. It's posted in Discord, and then I also posted the recipe on the command for you guys. Both the cottage pie and the banoffee pie. Yeah, it's from Carnation. Really, really simple, not a ton of ingredients to go into it. So it's your graham crust or digestive cookie crust, a layer of your caramel or toffee, some sliced up bananas. We'll whip up some fresh cream to go on top. And then I always like to offset the sweetness and the richness of it with some chocolate, usually dark chocolate of sorts. So like either shavings or like little crispy bits, whatever you guys feel. Maybe even like mini chocolate chips would be good too. Really, iShot? You never see any of the pictures I post on Twitter. So I post it from when I do my Instagram posts. So maybe something is messing up there. It's only descriptions. The heck? Maybe I have to post it separately. I mean, it's just silly that they kind of give you that outlet to post it. So it should post properly, right? Thanks for letting me know, iShot. I'm gonna check it out right now. So what you're saying is that most people on Twitter post the photo with the description underneath. Because yeah, people don't want to click on a link, right? It's like, well, that takes a little bit of time. So I'm not gonna click on that. They'd rather just see the photo and be like, oh, that looks good. I understand what you're saying. I will not post that through Instagram then. And you just don't use it. Okay, that's fair enough. And that's right. If you don't use Instagram, you wouldn't be able to see the picture. That's how they do it. Those sneakers. Yeah, who knows? Maybe if I start posting photos on Twitter, I'll get a bigger following too. Okay, let's make up our prep list because I think we'll have quite a few things going on at once today. So going through the cottage pie first, we need to grind some beef. So we're gonna do that together on stream. I did not buy ground beef. I bought a chuck roast instead. And then we make a mixture with the ground beef. We cook that up with celery, onions, carrots, a little bit of beef stock, maybe some garlic as well. And then I always like to throw in peas for a little bit of sweetness. And then that is the base layer of the cottage pie. And then for the topping is a layer of mashed potatoes. So we're gonna use some more of those yellow or Yukon Gold potatoes from the other day. And hopefully the grocery guy comes. We're expecting grocery delivery between 3 and 5. And so for the mash, we're going to put also celery root in that. So celery root is a really interesting way to kind of cut the richness in your mashed potatoes. And then the one thing I also love about cottage pie is that you get to put cheese on top and brown it up in the oven. And obviously, because this is an English recipe, they always like to use cheddar. So up to you what kind of cheddar you use. I'm sure they would typically use like a more sharp cheddar, but we have some of the urban garlic cheddar, so I thought that would be an interesting way to add more flavor. Okay, so grind our beef, and I'll just put underneath, make the mixture, because that does get cooked beforehand. So then really, when we make our layers, before we bake it in the oven, everything should kind of be hot when we're layering it, and then it won't really have to bake per se. Everything will just, maybe the potatoes will soak up a little bit of the beef. Hi, Vune! How are you? I am swell. Yeah, good morning. So the potatoes maybe will soak up a little bit of the beef and everything will kind of get thickened together. So those layers maybe will hold together as well, because sometimes it can be messy to eat. And then really we'll just broil the cheese on top to maybe brown it up a bit. That's really it. Nothing too crazy. So mashed potatoes, cheese, and then for the banoffee pie, we need to do the crusts. You're doing okay. You did your first mold casting and effed up for the first time too. Isn't that how it usually goes? Or maybe it doesn't. But I think it's always better if you make your mistakes within the first little bit so that you actually know what you're doing. Exactly, you fail and you learn. That's really it. Banana coffee pie? No, banana toffee pie. So yes, the next layer after the crust is toffee or caramel, whatever you want to call it. Obviously, toffee is probably the proper term. And then our banana, whipped cream, and chocolate shavings. Or I think I might have some of those crunchy chocolate pearls. That could be good too. A little bit of extra crunch. Finster. The condensed milk toffee alchemy. I am not saying that 4 times fast. It actually doesn't burn. It's a really quick way to make caramel and it's good. I don't mind it at all. Okay, I think we should get started with grinding the beef for the cottage pie and maybe working on the mashed potatoes as well, kind of at the same time. And that way our casserole is going to be layered ahead of time. And then all we have to do closer to dinner time is put it in the oven for maybe 10-15 minutes to just meld everything together and melt that cheese. Make everything delicious. And then once that is done, then we can start working on our banoffee pies, because the only thing you really cook for it is the crust and the caramel. So those are the first things we have to work on for that. And then maybe while the crusts are baking, you work on the caramel, right? So everything will kind of just fall into line for that. And it's not something that you have to wait a long time to eat once you make it, which is perfect, because if you're like me, I always love snacking right away. You don't want to bake something and then like wait half an hour before you can eat it. That's torture. It's torture enough just smelling it when it does bake. The magic involved. Well, you're in our Instagram, right, Finster? Or sorry, in our Discord. I did post the recipe for the banoffee pie if you want to check out how the caramel is made. Yeah, check it out. It's in the recipe section. Okay, first things first, let's get our beef out and our meat grinder out, because there's something important that we have to do with the meat grinder before we start. And then Sammy and I might also make a little bit of time today on stream to start prepping some venison jerky together. Did anyone get up to anything interesting this weekend? I guess I did just see you on Friday. Usually we don't see each other on Friday. Okay, so taking out some of the things that we need. So that is the feed tray for the grinder, and this presses the meat down through, what do we call this? The hopper and the auger?
Hopper and the auger.
So all the metal parts for a meat grinder should be put in the freezer ahead of time. Minimum half an hour, if you can, like 45 minutes to an hour, to make this stuff like really, really cold. Usually when I take this out of the freezer, it's so cold I can barely touch it. It's like, ow, this hurts. And then what that does is it's going to keep everything from like mashing through it. So it keeps the meat really nice and cold, that you get a nice grind. Otherwise, if stuff is warm, it just kind of presses it through. It doesn't really grind it. Definitely an important part if you're gonna grind your own meat at home. And I would like to use, I think, the coarse die today.
I agree.
Nice coarse grind on the chuck. That way you get like a nice meaty bite. It's not just very mushy. I think maybe the coarser meat will also hold the sauce in more. You messed up a mousse au chocolat. You oversalted it. Wow. I don't even know if I would think of that happening. I'm so sad for you. Because usually I like really push the salt boundaries when I bake as well. Oh, you didn't scale down the pinch of salt.
Go a little farther with it and see if you can make like cold mousse. And then put it into potatoes and make like potato.
Chocolate mousse?
No.
That's what they made.
Oh, never mind.
Sammy wasn't listening. Don't worry, guys.
It's mousse, but I was thinking moose.
Oh, the animal. This guy just thinks of meat right away. Okay, so to me, what I just did with the meat grinder is the most important part about grinding your own meat. So while that chills, I always like to prepare the meat you're gonna grind. And the best size to cut it into is usually around 1-inch pieces. So 1-inch cubes goes through the hopper really nicely. And obviously this hole to feed it is not very big either. So you don't want to be struggling to push the meat down into there. Uncle Corey, how are you doing? Yeah, moose stew with chocolate? A little more leeway with the salt. It's true. It still could go together. Exactly, Chalk Lad. See, you know. Okay, let's get a cutting board, a couple of bowls. So one to put the cut meat into, and then one to grind the meat into. And if you want to take it one step further, you can also chill the bowl that you're gonna grind your meat into so it stays nice and cold. I'm actually always really excited to use my meat grinder on stream with you guys. It's one of my favorite little kitchen tools. Nice. Holy Nike, the backwards hype. What is going on? Okay, here's our meat. Boneless blade chuck roast. So almost $27 for this piece. I think we'll have extra filling. If we scale the amount of cottage pie filling we need to fill a, what is this, 13 by 9 Pyrex glass pan. I always like to make a big recipe of this so there's leftovers for us to eat during the week. Because really, this is one of those dishes that gets better as it sits in the fridge. I mean, up to a certain point. So I wouldn't push this past like 5 to 7 days. But within the first like 2 to 3 days, this is the best. So if we grind this amount of meat, which is 3.8 pounds, it might be a touch too much, but that's okay because we can use it somewhere else. Just mix that into a stir fry of sorts or a fried rice. Yeah, the backward or the backwards of hype. How's it going, Masters? Okay, let's cut this up. So Cookie, are you doing like a traditional pot roast Sunday dinner today? Put the one bowl in there to chill out. We got the big knife today, guys. I know you always like when I pull this one out. Nike, you're making my brain go weird. It's like, no, this doesn't make sense.
Oh, that's good.
Just a quick roast, some carrots, root veggies, some mashed with some pan juices. So good. So simple, so good. Ooh, this is pretty bloody. I might do one more towel underneath. Just get this out of here first. She is red. You don't want to grind really too much of the juices from the meat into it. You don't want it too wet of a grind. And then I see that Sammy also got the butcher to give us some fat to grind in, which is really good. We don't want too lean of a grind here. But usually a chuck blade roast is really nice. Holy, you guys. Nope, not reading chat the rest of the stream. You just got over an allergy attack on Tuesday? Holy, that's scary. Yeah, I hope you're doing better. Okay, so like I was saying earlier, guys, 1 inch pieces, or very close to that at least. This roast is already tied up, ready to go. Sammy, have you talked to Buff yet? I'm gonna give him a quick message, please. Little Chef Vivi with the host. Thank you very much. Allergies are gone. Good job. Okay.
When does the light back come?
How is this piece? Okay, so this is 2 separate pieces of meat. And I see a little bit of silver skin here that I don't want to grind into my grind because that doesn't really break down. I always hate when you get something with ground meat in it, whether it's sausage or like a burger, and you bite down on like the gristle. Not a good thing. So I always pay attention closely to, I guess, the structure of the meat and how things look, because I don't want a crappy grind. And that's, in my opinion, the best part about grinding your own beef, is that you can make it really, really nice. The company sent you the wrong silicone. They sent you silicone for special effects applications, not for molding. And did you already use it? Yes. Oh no. I wonder if you can send it back still. Just be like, well, this wasn't wrong and I didn't know. Or this was wrong and I didn't know. What's the best way to cook chicken to make it the softest or easiest to eat? I mean, softest is probably poaching it in a liquid, because that way you're kind of like adding more liquid to it, or cooking it in a liquid at least. Or I would say braising it. So you don't completely cover it with liquid, but you cook it covered in a pan. Because roasting is dry heat, so you probably don't want that. So all of this hard fat, that is the good fat that you want to grind into your meat. So we're going to keep all that on and just cut it into the cubes. Yeah, exactly, Finster. Or yeah, marinating it in buttermilk. Good one, Nike. What am I wearing? I am wearing some comfy sweatpants, a shirt, an apron, and a toque. Yeah. Boom. Cleaning it up real good. This looks really nice in there. Just want to turn this one over and check it out. There's a little piece over here on the end that I think I want to take off. Like that, and that is it. Yeah, I'm wearing hella clothes. Oh, I'm freaking comfy. This is like my rainy day vibes, guys. Pouring rain here. Gotta shelter your head from it, because I wasn't wearing a hoodie. So toque it is. And then because it's still the weekend for me, I thought I'd stick to sweatpants because comfort is key. And there's not really any rules of what you should wear when you cook. Today, this is my outfit. What you need?
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question for
This
everybody.
looks good, guys. Sammy has a question.
Do you think I could stuff Caitlin in the new big green egg?
I don't want to go in there.
I think I could.
Guys, will I fit in a double extra large big
extra.
green egg? Or sorry, extra large big green egg. Okay, next piece. So we're gonna make the strips around 1 inch. These are huge. Ooh, there is still some sneaky connective tissue in here. That's why my knife's like, I don't know about this. Very sneaky indeed. Yeah, that's what she said. Yeah, this knife is pretty big. I think I'm gonna quickly just give it a rinse. Put it on the steel. I think I can get it a little bit sharper. You guys getting me? You guys getting me already? I might hatch as a Zerg queen. Watch out. Slow and steady. I think this is gonna help. Very serious when I do this. Don't want to mess up your blade. Yeah, I do not know what it is. It's true. Probably a good thing. Okay, let's try this now. Hey! Now we're ripping again. I was like, this is way too much of a struggle right now. This is a lot of meat. Probably gonna have enough extra to like make some burger patties or something. So in here, I can literally see like veins coming out. We don't want to grind that in because it won't break down. So either cut it out or pull it out before you keep chopping it up. That's a no-no. It's like, I don't think that will taste very good. This one we're gonna cut out because it's like an artery, I guess. No, thank you. Okay, how's the rest of this? A little bit more still. So like this is the time and effort that you should take when you're prepping your meat to grind, but most butcher shops are not gonna be that picky about how the meat is before it goes through the grinder. They're like, oh, it'll just get ground up anyways. It's like,
Before you look at chat or anything, don't look at it.
okay, I'm not looking at chat.
What has been your favorite game for me to play in front of you?
I think Zelda still.
Really?
Yeah,
Beats The Witcher?
I don't know. Maybe.
Hello?
It's a close one, guys. Either one, really. We do not want that. We have some cilantro. Yeah, Sammy has to get it. Or you can. Yeah. It's in the herb drawer.
What's this green for?
She gave that to us for extra. It's okay, we're making like clam chowder coming up.
Okay.
So it's perfect.
Okay.
Just get the cilantro.
Holy! I was trying to put the stuff in right.
You and I totally could fit in this thing.
Yeah.
It's so huge.
Yeah, guys, Witcher 3 is a good game, for sure. I would watch him play that again. Okay, now we got all our meat strips. Now we can make meat cubes. Nope.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Sister has beef
Yeah.
staying here.
She can stay for a bit. She won't leave.
It's almost your supper, so.
She doesn't know.
I know.
Guys, we got a schmoop. We got a schmoopervisor. Ready? Guys, does schmoop like meat? Cut it a little bit smaller. Thank you for the follow. Suzanne likes cake.
We get to.
Posh. She likes meat. Confirmed. She's not a vegan, guys, as much as she loves carrots. I know some of you wonder. Doggo is watching, just in case anything might fall to the ground. Sweet.
The schmoop.
Yeah, is it wrong that you wouldn't mind such a piece? I mean, this beef is I'm hoping fresh enough that you could do that. I don't see why it wouldn't be. That's why we always go to that butcher shop, because we've never gotten anything bad from there. And there's really nothing like it around us, to be honest. They do good stuff. Suzanne, you're not a vegan. We do not hate on anyone. Everyone is allowed to have their own opinion of things. So don't you fret. My favorite food is pizza or burgers. That would be my top two, though. And don't ask me what I love to make, because I like to make so many different things, you guys. I really need to make a list of all of the stuff that I've made on stream. I think that would be a really fun, like, kind of spreadsheet to make. Because there's not a ton of things that I've made more than once. Because I always like to try new things. Steak tartare, yes. I really wanted to make that this summer, but I didn't get around to doing it. We might have to do that coming up, because I do love steak tartare. Sammy's, pecan pie, tacos and pizza. Yeah, tacos are super good too, Nike. Okay, look at this nice bowl of meat. So now, I think that the meat grinder has chilled long enough. I think it's been in there for our minimum time of half an hour while we processed our meat, took our time, made sure there was no gristle left in it. So now we can set up our meat grinder and get grinding. This is the really fun part. Doggo's like, any more snacks? Y'all got any more snacks? Black Rabbit, thank you for the follow. You've never heard of steak tartare before. So it is chopped up beef that is served raw. It's a very traditional French kind of bistro item. So they usually serve it with like some sort of mayo or sauce, and then maybe an egg yolk and some pickles or capers. And maybe like some crackers to eat it with. But it's definitely not for everyone. I will say that. It's an acquired taste. Yeah, steak tartare. That would be a really fun one to make on stream. We'd be able to use one of the cleavers that's hanging there and go pop, 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 pop. A lot of good ASMR for the kitchen. Chopping beef.
The new shelter is also a tin roof. So if it's raining outside, it's so good. Best soundtrack ever.
Yeah, rain hitting metal. That's a
What's that?
comforting sound.
What's that over there? This one.
What is she doing?
Uh,
Doggo's being funny, guys. More of a mental hurdle, for sure. It's more of a texture thing, I think, than a taste thing. Because it's quite mild. Like, in my opinion, steak tartare is more mild than when you cook beef. Because you're not concentrating the flavor, right? Our frozen meat grinder parts. Oh yeah, they're cold. My hands are like, I don't want to hold on to this. Whew. When something really cold starts to like burn. Okay, so first part is the hopper. It's just twists on like this. So this is my stand mixer, and this is an attachment that comes with it. And then the auger. So this drops down onto a little piece of metal in here. It's secure. Next up is the blade. So we do this. This should focus now. Focus on the blade. So we want these to be facing up, and that's what cuts the meat through the die. And that just sits in those little ridges. Boom. And then lastly, we twist the cap on and hold everything together. And then this is a really cool part of the mixer. It just turns like that on its side, and it has two little rubber feet and then a little rubber thing under here as well. Just give it kind of a little tug, if you will, before you start. Make sure everything is nice and tight, because you don't want any of this coming apart while the machine is running, because that might break. You have no idea what this is, but you enjoy it? The meat grinder? The auger. I don't know if that's how they spell it.
oh.
Weird. I did update it, Sammy. I'm sad. Just a sec. Okay. Okay. I'll just turn that off then. You gifted 3 little gifts. Yeah, we have like 31 now. I want to see how many we can get. And then maybe we'll press the button tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Okay, so now we put our chilled bowl in front for our meat to be ground into. And then always I just give it like a little test run before we put any meat through. It's always good to turn it on and make sure it sounds proper as well. Nothing's grinding, because metal being ground into your meat is not a good thing. Happiness. Okay, I'm gonna put a glove on as well, just to be sure that everything is nice and sterile while we're grinding meat. Nice, Finster. I guess that is the right spelling. I didn't know if it was like O-G-G-E-R. Yeah, enjoy 3. Thanks, Kansas. So, I guess I can explain while we're doing this. The little community gift chest. So this is a new thing, yes, from Amazon Prime. And what it is every 2 weeks, they give a little gift like that for the viewers of your stream, that you can obviously empty the gift chest whenever you want, and whoever is viewing the stream at that time, it gets distributed randomly. So say we have 31 gifts to distribute. Well, if there's 31 of you watching the stream, each one of you is gonna get a gift. So it's almost better odds when there's not as many people, I guess. This is looking really good, the way that this is grinding. Cawther, thank you for the follow. Yeah, think of like how they drill the oil. Meat. Sometimes I call these meat worms just to like freak you guys out. Look, we're making meat worms. But like a nice coarse grind. I think this will give good texture in the cottage pie. Holly Mallow, thank you for the follow as well. We do have a sausage attachment, a sausage stuffer, but we've never actually used it, Chocolate. I do have to source some casings somewhere first, but I do want to make sausages at some point on stream. I've made like free-formed sausage patties before, but I've never filled casings yet on stream. That'd be a fun one. How's it going, Holly? Welcome in. We are currently just grinding up our beef to put in our cottage pie. I always like to grind my own meat because that way I know what's in it. Casings are super cheap, yeah. And I would totally go with natural ones. Like, I do have some experience making charcuterie from my last job, so I think I'd be able to do it at home confidently. Yeah, I'm sure our butcher shop would have casings. Yeah, the amount of fat in this grind, it looks perfect. It might be like a 75-25. Yeah, charcuterie, me too. I want to build like a special little curing fridge, because that is what you need to make proper like whole meat cures or whole muscle cures. You need a special fridge where you monitor the humidity and the temperature, and that way things will dry properly and safely. Okay, so now that we're at the end of our meat, I just like to turn up the grinder speed a little bit to kind of force whatever is left in there maybe out of it. Yeah, making your own cheese, that would be so good. Boom. It's almost like a stressful thing to have our charcuterie fridge because you never want it to break down, right? Because making charcuterie is quite expensive. So if some of your meat gets ruined, that is not good. Okay, now we can just slide the entire thing off. I always like to just pop it like that for a sec while I get this big thing out of here. Sammy, what do? Sammy's making guac, guys. Making a little snack. And then to take it apart, you do the exact reverse of what we did to put it together. So simple. And then I also recommend always soaking this stuff. And you don't necessarily want to go with like a warm water because it might cook some of the meat into the grinder. So start with a cool water and kind of loosen everything off, because if any of this gets dried on, it is such a pain to clean. And obviously with grinding stuff, you want to keep everything very, very clean. So always get that into water right away. And so here is, at first when I started grinding meat, I was like, why is this stuff like not going through? And so I found that all this stuff that kind of gets caught up at the end is actually like really sinewy and stringy pieces of meat that you wouldn't want in your grind anyways. So the grinder does a good job of like even picking through maybe some gristle or sinew that we miss while we are cutting it up. That is that. That's a good thing to do, chocolate. Keeping the sinewy stuff, freeze it even though it's such a small amount, and then make a stock from it. That way nothing goes to waste. Okay, start soaking this. And to me, this was the hardest part of the stream today. And like most in-depth part. So it's always good to get the hardest thing done first, and then everything else is easy after that. You've been tossing it, yeah, which feels bad. Yeah, that is actually good that you feel bad, because we shouldn't really waste our food, right? Svalent, thank you for the follow. Okay, so this is just gonna go into the fridge while we prep up some of our aromatics for the base of our cottage pie to be cooked with our ground beef. I wanna keep this nice and cool. And now we are going to get out some onion, carrot, and celery. So, I mean, how do you feel about me putting in some little squashy cubes?
Good.
Use this up?
Yep.
So a little bit of squash. You can get creative with some of the vegetables that you put into your cottage pie. I mean, root vegetables are always a good thing that pairs well with beef. I'm definitely gonna go with some garlic. Deerfield, we'll use that one. Yeah, we have compost as well. I just wish that we were able to make our own compost in the backyard, but that's against the bylaw here because it'll draw too much wildlife to the neighborhoods.
Too many birds.
Okay guys, I'm just gonna go grab an onion real quick.
And a shallot.
And a shallot. Chill with Sammy. Keep him company. There's a local guy who smokes beets and pickles. Smoked beets. That's gotta be good. Yeah, I mute the mic when I go over to the other side because sometimes it goes staticky. So I always just mute it because I don't want to wreck your guys' ears. Okay, bye, Shocklad. Thanks for hanging with us for a little bit. Okay, so this cottage pie recipe is from one of my favorite recipe sites when I'm cooking English food or like UK food is BBC Good Food. I find that their recipes always work and they're really, really good. They're very traditional. So if you're ever making anything that the UK people make, check out BBC Good Food. So that's the recipe that I'm basing my cottage pie off of today. So what they use: olive oil, beef mince, onion, carrots, celery. Hopefully the celery comes soon. Hey, Sammy? I'm hoping.
In the next hour, so.
Yeah. If it doesn't, I won't be super sad. We still have carrots. Garlic, some flour to kind of thicken everything up. Otherwise, it'll be very loose and watery with the beef. So you want to kind of bring everything together. Hi, Annie. How are you? Yeah, it's freezing here. This is Canadian fashion. As soon as October hits, everyone's allowed to wear toques. And then we can call each other hosers, eh? Ha ha ha. Terrible Canadian jokes. Yeah, this is my toque for today because it is gross and rainy outside. And I am comfy inside. Okay, and then other aromatics for the base of the cottage pie: tomato puree or tomato paste, a large glass of red wine, which they bracket as optional, but I don't think that's optional. I think that needs to go in. Beef and red wine, very happy combo.
Needs to go in her mouth as well.
We need wine. The other wine's not cold, but we do have a guava beer. So a little bit of beef stock as well. Worcestershire sauce. They do some thyme, bay leaves, and then obviously salt and pepper. You used all the Worcestershire?
I told you.
You were supposed to put it on the list.
No, you were.
Oh, Mom has celery. We'll be okay. Donations from upstairs, guys. Yeah, to the rescue. Never fails, hey? All right, so we ground our beef with a more coarse grind. And then the thing is, when we're mixing some vegetables in with the meat, is we want to also kind of cut the vegetables to the same size as the grind of the meat. So you don't have to go too fine with this, but definitely a small dice would be the best. You don't want really big chunks of vegetables in with the ground meat, because everything will kind of just feel separate. We want it all small so everything can mix together and you can have a perfect little bite. What's up with the kitchen sink? We just want a new one that is bigger. It's a little bit difficult to do dishes in this one, so we want just like one big stainless sink. I feel like that would be better because I can't fit a lot of dishes in the one side.
We can't fit the size of the dishes that we do.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully you can understand that,
I
Annie.
don't have to do stuff in the bathtub anymore.
You spent $2,000 on a double sink for brewing. Yeah, like stainless sinks are totally the way to go. Oh, and she has Worcester. She's got the Worcestershire. But what is this, Sammy? Are you making the guac?
Yeah.
Okay, so I can remove this from the area. It's okay?
I was just doing the
Okay.
lines.
Okay. Okay, let's start with our onion, or you need me to chop up the shallot for that.
You chop up the shallots.
Okay. Gotta make the snack for Sammy first.
It's our snack after dinner
Oh.
with the chicories that are coming.
Okay, post-dinner snack. Cutest little garlic ever.
It's for the two of us.
It's for the two of us. Let's do 2 cloves of garlic for the guac. And then 5 cloves of garlic for the cottage pie. And then whatever left over shallot, we'll put that in the cottage pie as well. And prepare for waterworks, guys. I was like, where's my garlic press? I know I washed it up already today. Silgranic sink is the best. These are so small, these little cloves. Boom, boom. Oh, there was 2. Whoa, 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 Holly. What's up? Yeah, garlic the old-fashioned way. It's so much easier to peel the skin off if you smash it first. Saves so much time when you're cooking. And plus it's just fun to smash it, right? I do like to use a garlic press though. I will say, after like working 9 years in kitchens, I don't know why chefs don't use garlic presses. I don't understand.
Well, because we have RoboFoods and you guys.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, rubber garlic peel remover tubes. Are they as fast though? I've never used one. There are so many different things to peel garlic. Isn't there like a bag you put it in and you just like shake it?
And red wine vinegar and what else?
They are quick, Annie. So not, oh, red wine vinegar in there? I usually just do lime.
That's it?
Yep, I never put vinegar. It's just limey, Sammy. Okay, so that, did you add salt yet?
Nope.
Add the salt. Yeah, kitchen gadgets, totally. Everyone has their favorites, right? Nike, confusing my brain with the backwards hypes. Oh man, dude. Yeah, let's see if Kate will break today. How many times can I post the backwards height before she's like, enough? I don't know if the limit exists, Nike.
Dude, she lives with me.
Sammy says I live with him, so my patience is quite high. Nah,
She's
Sammy's
with me.
easy. He's easy. Sometimes he just needs a little heck. But doesn't everyone? Everyone needs a little heck every now and then. Keep him in line. Okay. Put that together. This can be our shallot and garlic container. Is alternate them, yeah, totally. That would be really hard to look at. Annie's like working on that. Okay, I won't even be able to use all of this for the guac anyways. I'm gonna cut it as fine as possible.
Well, it has time to sit, so I'm doing it now.
Yeah. Whew, it's making me cry already. This shallot though. It is strong, Sammy. You're playing Breath of the Wild, Nike. Nice, dude. Such a good game, hey? Oh, man. Crying. Guac prep. Snacks for later. Okay. Let's finish peeling this. So we'll keep the garlic out of there right now because we're also going to add onion. We're going to get some nice caramelization on the garlic and the onion as well. That'll be one of the first things we start cooking today. Or I'll do all the beef first. We'll brown it up in a couple different batches. And then we can fry the veggies in the beef fat that cooked out. That's always a good thing to do. Use the fat that's already there. Sammy, what you got?
This is a piece of black-tailed deer, or mule deer from around here. And I'm going to put it in the circulator for our friend for his supper.
Making some pulled venison. Whew. Clearing out the sinuses once again, guys. Oh, also an update from yesterday. I went wedding dress shopping yesterday, guys. And it was quite successful. I think I found the dress. I'm gonna go see one more store first, just to see if there's anything else out there. But I think I found the one already. Out of like 20 that I tried on, took 3 hours. But I feel like I made a lot of good progress. Yeah, woohoo! And it's not even like that expensive. It is well below my budget, which I was shocked.
What?
Yeah, Sammy. Yeah, I'm well trained. Okay, into the onion. So, I always like to follow the natural lines in the onion, if you've ever noticed them. And then also the curve of the onion, and then you won't get those weird pieces from the center of the onion that are uncut. So let's do about 1/2 inch thick pieces. And then I also don't like to cut all the way through. Oh, wow. Dried mushrooms. And that way all of your onion stays together, and then you can make nice little cubes. Or are you doing it with mushroom powder?
Yeah.
Nice, Sammy.
I got a little something working in my head.
Okay, if you cut any herbs, can you cut some extra for this as well, please?
No herbs are getting cut.
Ah, I'm crying, guys. Are you gonna have a flower girl or ring bearer? I don't think so, because I don't have a lot of really young cousins. Let's see, Holly. I did just steal my scimitar earlier, so I'm sure this couldn't hurt either. Little weekly touch-up, if you will. Yeah, ASMR, the sound. I don't know if that helped at all. I think it helped a little bit. All right. So 1 onion and like 3/4 of a shallot. I don't even think all this will fit in that, so I will put it in a separate container. And then on to the carrot and the celery. So quite a bit of pre-prep for the cottage pie, but then once it's in the oven, you're free. You're like, dinner is done. Now I just have to wait for the timer to beep. Whew. Okay, quick rinse of the board. They would actually put on sunglasses or like goggles to cut onions. Seriously, I might start. I feel like they affect me quite a bit. Okay, I'm just gonna be right back. Blow my nose out since it started to run from the onions. BRB. Okay, back. We're good. I can breathe again. Woohoo! Okay, garden carrots. That smells really good. Let's see what we got in here. Some funny ones. I might actually save those and get Sammy to get a couple from the other fridge. Some organic ones that'll just be easier to cut up. So I'll start on this squash. I'll go grab that stuff for us. Cookie, I am seriously loving that emote still. Sounds like I took a fat dap of onion rosin. Yeah, like my sinus is cleared out. So good. So good. So this is butternut squash. This is some leftovers from the other night when we made the gnocchi. And I think I'm okay with how big this is cut, because that's basically 1/2 inch anyway. So now we just have to make nice little cubes. So butternut squash and peas is our extra veggies going into our cottage pie. So just kind of make it seasonal. Have fun with it.
to the ear.
Thank you. And carrot, please.
Carrot?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do 1 or 2, up to you. This is going into the cottage pie, yeah. We're probably gonna have a bunch of extra filling. I'm gonna do this. Stack it. Which I'm okay with. I'd rather have too much filling than not enough, is the way that I look at it. And plus I know the mixture will freeze well. Where is this? I don't know what that is. Sammy's phone's ringing. Oh, sorry. Call him back then.
Hello? Hello? Hey, how are you? Yeah, over here. Cool.
Are you home? Thank you. Are you even home, bro? The groceries are coming. Huh?
Ready to get it?
Yeah, perfect. Okay, squash is all cut up. We'll put that over by the onion and other stuff. Celeries. I think we only need 1 stalk, to be honest. I don't want to overpower it with celery flavor, so this 1 big stalk will be enough for us. So I always just like to cut the end off of each side and then give it a rinse, because there's always a little bit of dirt that likes to hide down in the bottom. And then we're gonna cut this into like 4 to 6 inch long pieces. And then same with the carrot. We'll do with the celery. So about 1/2 inch cubes is what we wanna go for here. And that way we'll get nice dispersion of all of these ingredients throughout the pie. Get a little bit of everything in each bite. Where did you stop, Sammy?
It's got tagine, salt, the avocados, cilantro, and limes. Is what
I think you're good then, unless you want to do a little bit of the chipotle sauce.
Oh yeah, hot sauce.
They look black in this. Oh yeah, they do look black in that one, but yeah, they are actually a dark gray. You are correct, sir. Okay, peel up our carrots. Whoa. And then I think after this, we should also cut up the potatoes and get those boiling so that they can cook while we make the first layer of the cottage pie with the meat. I think that'll be the most efficient way to go about things. Yeah, Sammy, get me under control. We're wild. All right, so same thing with the celery. Cut that into about 3 lengths. This one, I think we'll do in half lengthwise, and then 3.
Damn.
That looks really good. Did you put any fat in with it?
Nope. You can fry it at the very end in butter. Butter and garlic and thyme. Finish it off like a steak.
Sammy says fry it in butter. Boom. That's fine. Yum. Nice little mixture of mirepoix to get things going. It's always perfect for aromatics. Let's do that. All right. More cubes. Put that in with the celery. Just like that, guys. Okay, and I'm gonna quickly snip some herbs from outside. So thyme, a little bit of rosemary as well. I think will be good with the beef. Did you find the potato masher? Or you want to keep that for me?
No, I'll keep that for you if you needed it.
Okay.
Wasn't sure.
Aw, thanks. I'm ready to poop. I mean, we are pretty lucky with the produce that we do get here, is it's always very nice and fresh, I would say. There's lots of good organic farms here. Okay, so we're just gonna take the herbs off of the stems. Yeah, that's not a bad suggestion. Just fry it in butter. Always good, Finster. Always. So rosemary smells really nice. I don't think we need all of that though. It'd be really strong. So let's chop it kind of nice and fine, I would say.
What?
That way we don't get a big bite of it.
Okay.
There's that. And now our thyme. This is quite a bit as well. There was a little spider bro. Hi, Dust. Thank you. Yeah, it is gross and rainy out today, so I opted for the toque. Toque life. You having a good day, Dust? Just being lazy, that's perfect. Yeah, we had a nice little ride up island. About an hour almost each way. But it's a nice drive. You go up to like a pretty high elevation. We were in the clouds. Yeah, it went good. We got the gazebo. It's 375 pounds. And we're not gonna start to build it until probably next week when it's not supposed to rain as much. Because it takes a little bit of time to build. It's all in the pieces. But I think it's gonna be perfect. Exactly what we need.
Here's your pumpkin.
Oh, thank you. Guys, the pumpkin's here. Okay, sounds good, Dust. Oh, wrong pile. Almost there. Guys, what should we carve in the pumpkins? What should we carve on the pumpkin? Should we vote on it? Should I give you guys like 3 different things to choose from and we'll vote maybe this week? We'll vote for a week. Ah! I love how it's lopsided. So cute. Pumpkin. Do the Cook with Kate logo? I probably could.
Or hype.
Yeah, or hype. Oh man. That could be difficult, but I'm down. I'm not afraid to use toothpicks if I have to. I'm going through all of the measures. That would be really fun, I think. All you have to do is print the logo on a sheet of paper, put it on the pumpkin, make the outline, and then carve it up. Okay, there's our herbage. Okay, potatoes next.
Test that and then
Taste test for the guac, Sammy says first. Very important. He trusts me with the guac. Ah, that's limey. Maybe just a touch more salt and hot sauce.
oh yeah, I haven't had hot sauce yet.
Still hasn't even added the hot sauce. This guy. This guy. Okay, potatoes. And celery root. You can't forget. Yellow potatoes. And we're gonna do a little celery root mash. One of my favorites. So remember the first time I made this? Mashed potatoes with celery root in it. And like, my dad is definitely a meat and potatoes guy and he was a little bit worried, but he really, really liked it. Guac and roll, yeah, potatoes. But to be honest, this is kind of the saddest looking celery root I've ever seen. Let's see how many potatoes they say, because it might be by weight. And this would be helpful for me. So the meat, I won't really follow the recipe too close, but 1.8 kilos of potatoes, obviously including our celery root as well. And then we'll obviously have to peel the celery root. But let's get maybe a rough idea of how much we need for the top layer and then go from there. Just waiting for this crazy thing to turn off. Come on, little guy. It gets upset sometimes. It thinks I want to change the time on it. Have to say, not my favorite skill. There we go. Okay, let's see. Potato tower. That is 1.94, which I'm gonna guesstimate we'll lose about that much just when we trim this up and trim up some of the potatoes. What is that? Cheesy curds, guys. What are cheese curds for, though? Do I remember my first follower after Sammy?
I think your parents.
Yeah, I don't think I do, Annie. Are you still trying to find all the people that would be first? Super sensational. Oh, that's my aunt. That's one of my aunts. Not the one that was just visiting, but another one.
Who's that one?
Foof.
Oh yeah.
The foof. Okay, so these are nice and clean. We'll peel this guy up. Yeah, that does suck. I think we'll have to use a knife for this bottom part. It's very rooty. So obviously something called celery root vegetable that tastes like celery. And I will say this one, not very good. See how much we're having to cut off? Because it's seriously all just kind of dirt in between those layers. And it's not very firm, like it's kind of got this spongy thing going on. And that is why I said that's got to be the worst looking celery root I've ever seen. But hey, sometimes that's what you get. My mom and dad were the 13th and 14th. Peanut butter half-baked. Hell yeah. Sammy takes care of me. Yeah, I wonder. It probably is onionies. Or there was another guy, Flexered. And Oma was 22nd. So there is definitely some gaps in there. It could have been trolls as well, though. I used to get a lot of trolls watching me when I first started. It's like, oh, you're not a real viewer. R.I.P.
I saved $50 on 120.
Nice, Sammy. Flexered was 8th. What? Are you testing me, Annie?
Oh no!
You don't recognize his name. Yeah, that's how Twitch is. What, Sammy? See, I told you. Literally the last thing I said before bed last night. I hope the stuffed crust pizza actually comes this time and they don't sub it out for regular crust. Nope. They subbed it out, guys.
What? And they gave us 2.
Oh, sweet. New cooler bags for free. Yeah. I actually built my following from trolls and then everything else fell into place. And Mama Reagan was like 32nd. Yeah, that's pretty far down the line. I don't know who the first sub was after Sammy. You guys are getting me good right now. It's been forever. But I have to say, for the length of time that I've been streaming, I still have quite a few of like the top 50, let's say, that pop in. So that's kind of something you have to think about. It's like, will these people actually come back? So I'm gonna boil these potatoes with as much skin on as I can, just because it's a nice thin skin. And I like to keep all those nutrients in when we do mashed potatoes. So we won't peel them all the way. Because also I don't want to waste food. It was super sensational. My aunt, she lives in Toronto. Yeah, do the mash. The Monster Mash. Okay, guys, let me ask you this today since we're coming up to Halloween. Do you like scary costumes or funny costumes better? You like both? Ugh. Well, that's not gonna help me at all. I know, I like both too. And I have been both as well. Both, yeah, scary. Annie says funny. I think as I got older, I went towards the funny costumes. And when I was younger, I liked to do the scary costumes. I made a really good witch when I was younger. That combined with maybe some spooky background ambience music. Yeah, some decorations in the background. Exactly. Exactly. I do love Halloween. There's our pumpkin that we'll carve up, what, in 2 weeks? 2 weeks. Okay, let's get our pot out for boiling this goodness. And obviously, the smaller we cut the potatoes, the quicker they'll cook. I'm gonna try and keep them around 1-inch cubes. That shouldn't take more than about 20 minutes to boil those until soft. And it is important that when you do mashed potatoes, you do it while it's hot. Otherwise, your potatoes can get gluey. And that's not a good mouthfeel. It'll just go pasty and weird. You had fun as a vampire? I don't know if I did vampire. I don't think I did. I definitely remember the witch one really clearly. But also there's photos of it. So that might be why I remember that one really clearly, is because I've seen the photos. I like glued the creepy little witch nose onto my face and everything. We did not mess around. Oh, yeah, extra garlic butter and mashed potatoes. I don't see anything wrong with that at all, I shot. At all. Ryan Howe was 108. Like, that is pretty far down the line. Annie, this is so interesting. You're like diving deep into the depths of Cook with Kate history right now. Yeah, roasted garlic and mashed potatoes. So freaking good. That would definitely make these something else. Not your typical cottage pie. Vune was 154. That makes sense that Vune and Sushi Day were close. Oh God. When you cut into a potato and it looks like that, well, I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. It's like, what happened to you? What have they done? Rotten on the inside. So you can see that I only have one little thing of celery root, right? Because it is quite strong in flavor. So we don't want to use too much of it in the mashed potatoes because it could overpower it. You'll just be like, all I taste is celery, and that's a pretty strong flavor. So just a little bit. Just a hint of like brightness. Uncle Stinky 165. Yeah, this, see how like rubbery and spongy it is? This should be like perfectly white in the middle. It shouldn't look like that. So this is probably like a month old. I'm not even joking. It's just been sitting on the store shelf for about a month. Hello, wild child. How are you? Matt 219. Hello, Rook. Yeah, let's just hope it is celery root. Did he forget the chippies?
No.
Or who was that?
Oh, it's not in your face.
Oh, okay. Back dust, what's going on? We just finished cubing up the potatoes and the celery root for the mashed potato topping on the cottage pie. All of our aromatics are prepped for the meat to start cooking as well, so we can start that. So we should do both of these things at once, I think, and that way we won't waste any time. So making very good progress for the cottage pie, and then once that is, I guess, built and layered, then we can start to work on the banoffee stuff. I would love to get the crust and the caramel done before we put our cottage pie in the oven. And then we have a little bit of time while this bakes to do our whipped cream, slice up our bananas, and assemble our banoffee pies. Rutabaga? No rutabaga in this today, just celery root. And we have a little bit of butternut squash going in the filling for the cottage pie as well. I like to do, obviously, onion, celery, and carrot, and then 2 kind of vegetable additions in there, butternut squash and some peas. I always like the peas for a little bit of greenery. Hi, Aladdin's girl, you're here. You brought chocolate cake with chocolate frosting and spicy pickles. That would be a very delicious addition to our Sunday dinner. Thanks for bringing snacks. Holy Finster, really? Interesting. Wow, 269 is dark. 269. So what we're gonna do now is we actually want cold water to just cover our potatoes in the pot. And then we're gonna add 3 tablespoons of salt to this as they cook, so they get seasoned as well. And that should take about 10 to 15 minutes to be fully cooked, I think. It's a pretty big pot of potatoes, so maybe a bit longer even. And I'll put that on medium-high heat to start. Get it going. 1, 2, 3. Salt and hot sauce, you did that? Just like a little bit of salt. Let's do this. We are here. We're starting to cook. Rook, how have your streams been, man? You've been going hard. Holy, Cookie wins 10,760 bones. Good job. Hey, D-Horts, how's it going today? Oh no, Tom. Oh no. You at a store getting a sale on diet soda and the cake and pickles told you to take them home. That's usually how it happens. They're just like whispering in their ear. They're like, psst, over here. Yeah. The diet soda. You need to take us home. Okay, I'm gonna get a big cast iron heating up on the other burner for our beef mixture. Mm-hmm. That's a good guac, Sammy. Holy eye shot. 7-layer dip. We should make that either on a Thursday or a Sunday for like football food.
Yeah.
Rook! Subscribe with Twitch Prime. He chooses to use his 1 free sub a month on me. And for that, Rook, I thank you very much, man. To do that for 18 months? What are you giggling at?
I'm remembering when I asked for a liter of water. The lady was going for a liter of guac.
Yeah, it's actually 19. It's true. Why is it doing that? Thanks, Rook. Love you, man. And I can't wait to try those hot sauces. Make the 7-layer dip for basketball. We'll just do a sports stream. Sporting foods. General sport meals. Goes good in all areas. Sports ball food, exactly. Guac. Okay, I think we told you guys this story. But when we were in California staying with Graham and Amanda, and we went shopping for the ingredients for our stream on that Sunday, we went on the Saturday night. We did go around like 9 p.m., so kind of sketchy. And yes, we were the only white folk in the supermarket. So it was a Mexican supermarket called El Super. Sam wasn't allowed in because he had a backpack. And they wanted him to lock it in these lockers that didn't lock. So he sat in the front. And needless to say, he got a little bit parched. And there was like a little deli counter in the front. He asked the lady at the counter for a liter of water. And she misheard him. And she started filling up a liter of guacamole. He's like, no, I can't drink that. I need a liter of water, please. Bye, Rook. Have a good stream. Give Pen a hug for us. Yeah, just starts filling up a liter of guac. He's like, oh no. That's not what I needed. Sammy got muffins. Muffin. I don't know if there's room for these muffins. Did you use all the cilantro?
Nope.
Oh, phew. How come the bag's here then? What's that from?
Oh, maybe. I knew you were going to use it all. So I just put it back in the fridge.
Yeah, imagine what a liter of guac would cost. Or imagine how Sammy was imagining it, trying to drink a liter of guac. It's so thick. Stick a straw in that and drink it.
Buff!
Buff! He made it! This is the stream for you. I was like, when's Buff gonna get here? Well, you know, he was busy just streaming himself. Welcome in, man. Ryan, subscribing for 19 months as well. Aw, you and Rick are twinsies. Thank you, man. As well as Bufffbagwell. Holy smokes, guys. Subscribing for 10 months. Yeah, a thick Avo smoothie. Totally Finster. Yeah, drinking a liter of guac. What? Sammy, all that you needed to do was put it back in the bag and put it in the fridge.
I thought you needed cilantro.
No, I just wanted to make sure we packed it with the bag because it'll dry out. This kid. Okay, let's get our ground beef out of the fridge now because I think our pan is nice and hot. Pumpkin, I think, has to evacuate for now, guys. It's just a little bit in the way. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. Yeah, whoops, did I almost miss this? That typically happens, but it's okay, Buff. We just started kind of cooking everything for the cottage pie, and we've done no Banoffee stuff yet. So you're not too late, dude. You're not too late. Cleaning some stuff up quickly. Get it gone. How's your day, Ryan? Did you have a good weekend? Okay, our pan is smoking. And I don't think I want to add any fat into this pan with the beef. And I'm going to do it in kind of smaller batches so we can get some browning happening, some flavor town. So one nice even layer is what we want. That is max that I would put in the pan. And we want to keep that heat nice and high. Yeah, all is well here. All is well. Getting geared up for winter. Yeah, Tom, 0 bones. And Vune, 0 bones. You guys, be careful out there. Those gambling addictions. Nice cookie. Yeah, just do 10,000 bones. Okay, so you can see, even with us having a high heat, this is still releasing a lot of moisture and we're not getting really a browning effect from this. So we can put even less in the pan next time. I know it'll take a little bit longer, but it is so worth it. So worth it. We want to get the best flavor from this. Okay, while this is cooking, we still need a little bit of tomato paste for this. I think I always keep a touch in the freezer. There she goes. Hopefully that thaws. What's going on here now? So tomato paste, it's said to add a cup of red wine, which was optional, but I don't think it's optional. I think we need it. Just make it a little bit more fancy. And we have a cab sauv. Yeah, oh no, cookie. So Buff, the recipe I'm following is from BBC Good Food, which I always like using when I'm cooking like English foods. So I hope that you say it's good. Okay, phew. I was like, what if he says it's not a good one? Because you know I always like to make things like as traditional as possible the first time. Yeah, here's the recipes I'm using. I hope that you approve of both of them. Holy Ryan, what a win. I think I'm only gonna do half a cup of red wine. That looks like a lot. I don't wanna make it too kind of watery or juicy, I guess. But I guess that's why you also add the flour. Put this can on the stove top so it softens up a bit. Okay, let's double check the recipe. You like soaking a slice of bread in the beef mince fat and then fry it? What? This is craziness. Okay, give this a stir. Let's see how long it'll take for this liquid to evaporate and cook off. Even if we just get like a little bottom layer of a crust, that would be good. But then the other thing you have to think about is you don't want to dry the beef out too much, right? You ate a third of the slice of cake you got. You had enough. Was it yummy? Okay, beef, onion, carrot, celery, garlic we got. So flour. It says about 3 tablespoons. Tomato puree, red wine, a little bit of beef stock. So we can mix some of that up while we're cooking the beef. Our Worcestershire, thyme, and actually it says a bay leaf, which I think we're out of, guys. Gotta add it to the list. But that's not a deal breaker for me. I think I'd rather have the rosemary and thyme than the bay leaf in here. Just want to make sure I added to the grocery list before I forget. Bay leaf. Done. Yeah, someone said cake. The Vune is here. The one and only Bard Vune. Okay, this is not so bad. This is not too bad. We'll just put a little bit less in next time. Okay. Yeah, hide the cake. Shh. There's no cake of sorts here. I don't know where you heard that. And then let's not forget, we still have to grate the cheese for the top. We need that cheesy topping. Okay, that beef is starting to fry. The sizzles have gotten louder. I was just grabbing this while I had a second. Boom, a little bit of beef base. Taste this. Really nice grind. I'm gonna add a little bit of salt just to season it. Yeah, you just have to grab them out of the freezer, please. Yeah. Those sizzles, my friends. I'm good with that. That tastes really good. It uses like all mirepoix. So it does onion, carrot, celery. And then I wanted to add some peas and also a little bit of butternut squash I had left over. Yeah, Sammy hates celery. Okay, so I'm just gonna pour that round out into a little pan I have off to the side, and we'll add more beef now. And that way it doesn't steam all over itself. So this is how we build flavor, kind of layer by layer in a pan. And that's why it's always important to use some sort of wine or stock, or if you don't have either of those, just a little bit of water to deglaze the pan afterwards. You want to keep all that flavor in. Yeah, it tastes really good. This beef is nice. It's a good grind. I'm happy that we went with the coarse grind. Really happy. It's very meaty. Okay, so let's mix up 500 milliliters of some beef stock. Did they put the nutmeg in with the potatoes? Yeah, that would be really good. That would be really good. That's almost reminiscent of a moussaka though, like a Greek dish with the nutmeg and spices in the potatoes. The sizzle. Ooh, I've never used mead to deglaze. Does that just give it a more floral flavor? Okay, so warm water or hot water in here to dissolve our beef base. I really like the Better Than Bouillon one because the first ingredient is roasted beef. So you know it's real. None of that artificial stuff. Sweeter flavor due to the honey. Nice. You like dill in English food. I love dill as well, but I don't think it would really go with these more kind of earthy flavors. Like to me, dill is better with like really fresh things. But yeah, I do love dill. I'm always down for that. But yeah, sad to say, I don't know if dill goes with every dish. I would probably try though. Okay, so there's our liquid cooking out again. And then it'll evaporate and the sizzles will return to us. Like you can see the little meaty chunks in here. Applewood smoked cheese on mashed potatoes. Buff. What? Say what? Okay, making progress. Our potatoes just starting to come up to a boil. Yeah, Sammy agrees. You heard his oh man. That's when you know it's good. Buff, when was the last time you made cottage pie? Is this like a very popular thing for people to make all of the time? Or is it more for like certain food holidays? I'm gonna just turn that down a little bit. I just want a nice kind of slow simmer there. It's certainly an easy thing to make, yeah. I mean, if I didn't grind my own beef for this, I definitely would have been farther along. Good for feeding families, totally. Yeah, I don't see why you would make a smaller version of the casserole pan. Like, don't do the 9x9. Always do the big Pyrex pan. 13x9 or nothing. Just try our stock, see how beefy it is. Yep, that's perfect. Okay, one more stir. Get things kind of loosened up in here. And then we'll be sizzling right along. I'll also add the salt now. Always important to season your meat as you cook it. So just a little pinch every time. You made cottage pie a month ago and your nan lives off of them. Amazing. I would too. Now we'll have to do a shepherd's pie. We'll have to get some nice local lamb and grind it up and make the other version. I'm sure Sammy would be okay with that as well. You'd be okay if we did the shepherd's pie?
Yeah.
With lamb?
Yeah.
You prefer the shepherd? Nice, Aladdin's girl. I think as long as the lamb isn't too gamey, right? Okay, we're sizzling. Little beefy snack. And then once we mix everything for the filling together, then we'll do a final season. But for now, we'll just add little pinches of salt as we cook everything. Oh, and you got some applewood smoked cheese for it. Nice. I'm doing an urban garlic cheddar. I thought that would be interesting. This sound though, guys, hey? Heaven. This is actually making me really hungry. Okay, I think I'm good with that, so we'll pour out this batch. There's some good beef fat in there for sure. And I think this will be the last round, and then I'll save the rest of this ground beef for something else. We'll pack it up. Just spread this out first. Maybe Sammy will help us do the mashed potatoes if we feel like we need the help. He says no. He says no can do. I'm actually gonna get that cheese out right now so we can start shredding. A little bit of Asiago mixed in would be good as well. I don't know if Dust Pirate's still in here, but I know he would be happy to hear that there may be a cheese mountain of sorts on stream today. Okay, I'll also get out the sour cream and some butter as well for the potatoes. Those are my two favorite things to make mashed potatoes. Nice chunk of cheese, guys. I'll also test the potatoes and see how they're coming along. The potatoes. Sammy's grabbing a muffin. A blueberry muffin. Not bad. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Canadian muffins made from cows. Muffin. Perfect, Vion. Only you could think of that. This is sounding good again. Okay, one little Sturzy. Pinch of salt. A little poke. A poke on the potatoes. Was it too watery, Buff? Is that what you'd say happened? The sweet potatoes were too soggy? Almost there. But I think our beef is definitely there. It didn't crisp very well and tasted weird. I know, there are just some things that sometimes don't work out the way that you imagine they would, and you're like, oh, well, at least now I know. Okay, so pouring out our last beef. And then it is time to start cooking up our vegetables. All of the aromatics to make everything taste delicious. And I think we should add just a little bit of olive oil to the pan now, because we will need just a touch more fat. And then we also won't need it on as high of a heat now, just because meat has quite a bit of moisture in it. So let's start with our onion, our chopped up white onion. Get that sizzling. Give it a nice mix. Get it coated in all the fats. And then I said earlier that I would also like to cook this down a little bit and get some caramelization happening. And that's how we'll get the best flavor in our cottage pie. So smash it down to one nice even layer. You can add a pinch of salt to this as well as it cooks. It'll just draw out a little bit of moisture. Yum. What biscuits? This is what I was able to find. McVitie's Rich Tea Biscuits. Also called digestive cookies. I'm so excited for the banoffee pie. How good is that beef though? Like, it's so good. It's just beef and salt. Yeah, Sam out here giving high fives. That's when you know. Okay, let's see how smooshy this is. How's the celery root? It's pretty soft. I'll let that go just a touch longer. Okay, keep grating the cheese onto the herb and garlic cheddar. Yeah, there is such a difference between using a graham crumb base and using a digestive or a tea cookie base. Like, the tea cookies just get so nice and like toasty, I think is the best way to describe them. You just get a really good crisp crust, but it's not so hard that you can't like cut a fork through it. You made 2 huge containers of homemade chicken noodle soup this morning. Yum. That is such a good thing to do on Sundays. Now you're like set up for the week. Good job, Aladdin's girl. Doing a little bit of meal prep. Okay, should we give our onions a stir? Yeah, this is totally a little bit of meal prep. There's no way that I'm gonna eat half of this pan of food tonight. So Sammy and I will have some lunches for down the week. See how we're starting to be able to scrape off the browned bits from the bottom? This is good, guys. Okay, let me finish grating this cheese, and then I think we have to move on to the mashed potatoes. I think the potatoes are ready. Good night, Vune. Thanks for hanging with us for at least a little bit. Hope you have a good sleep. Oh, ginger snaps? I could see that being so good, Buff. Ginger snap cookie base. Yum. Mm-hmm. It's like very Christmassy kind of. Cheese, cheese, cheese. We like cheese. Okay, we're getting a little bit more color on the onion now. I think I'm gonna toss the shallot and the garlic in with this. Let it brown up a bit more. And then we also will add the carrot and celery on top. But they have more water content in them, so it kind of cools off this mixture and stops it from overcooking. So shallot. That was just extra from our guac. Couldn't waste it. We will mince our garlic into here. Get back in there. Scrape out all the goodness from inside the press as well. Don't want to waste that. Hey, look at those nice color on the onions. So garlic and shallot just can burn a lot quicker than a white or a yellow onion, so that's why I add them a couple minutes afterwards. We don't want to burn the garlic. That'll make it taste bitter and not so good. So let that cook for a couple minutes. And I also think I want to add our chopped up herbs. So our thyme and rosemary, this is a good time to add it. And we just want that garlic to get golden brown. Don't want to take it too far. I can see that it is almost there. So I think we are just going to go straight into adding the carrot and celery. Give that a good stir. Kind of cool things off in here. Holy, this is smelling really good. Once I added the herbs into here, very fragrant. I'm gonna get the colander out because it's almost time for us to strain these potatoes. Yeah, tell Buff we need potato chips. Hopefully he saw that, Aladdin's girl. Hopefully. Yeah. This is going to be so good. Let's just try potato quickly before we strain them all. Just to be sure. So it should be very soft and fall apart right away. And that way we'll get nice smooth mashed potatoes. But some people do like their mashed potatoes lumpy. So it's really up to you. I think for this, we'll have enough texture from the bottom layer with the meat that we should have really nice and smooth potatoes. Just dropped a little piece. And then we'll just flip that back into this pot. Gonna give this a stir. Nice. So the carrot and celery has released a little bit of moisture. So we're starting to loosen some stuff off the bottom again. It's just very important that you don't get your pan too hot while you're doing this, that you start to burn those little bits in the bottom. That's not what we're going for. Just gonna keep those warm. We have a couple more things to do here with this. I'm gonna toss the squash in now as well. And then, here's the thing with tomato paste, guys, is it will add a really nice kind of richness and more earthiness to beefy things. But you need to make sure that you cook it enough. So some people like to add it right at the end, and then you get like a very distinct kind of tomatoey flavor from it. And that just means that they didn't cook it out enough. So add it about halfway through, and you won't have to worry about that. So I like to kind of brown it with the vegetables before we start adding any liquid here. So we're kind of cooking out some of that acidity that tomatoes have from the can. And because I added some squash as well, I'm just going to add another little pinch of salt. So get that tomato paste incorporated. Adds a really nice sweetness as well. Okay, we'll let that cook for a sec. Couple more things that we have to add still. Some Worcestershire, a little bit of red wine, and a little bit of stock. And then we just mix in a little bit of flour to make some thickening action when it goes in the oven. That way the juices, the meaty juices, won't be too watery. Nike. Yeah, I am potato chip. But what flavor though? What flavor of potato chip? And I will say that the tomato paste will kind of want to stick and burn to the bottom, so give a couple stirs as you're trying to cook with it. I don't want anything to taste burnt here. We have put way too much love into this to not pay attention to that. Okay. I am going to add red wine. Let that cook just a bit. I'm also going to turn up the heat again. So you want to kind of start to reduce these liquids as we bring everything together. So give that wine a couple of minutes to just soften up whatever got stuck to the bottom of the pan. And then we'll easily be able to stir it off. We can also add our beef now. That's not going to affect anything. Yeah, this is definitely going to fill the bottom layer of the casserole. Definitely will have more than enough. And I think we should add, let's do 5 squirts of the Worcestershire sauce. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Give this a stir. Yeah, I don't feel anything scraping with the spoon now. Sammy, peas, please. Or you're playing. Yeah. He's playing. It's okay. I didn't know you were playing. I thought you were still at the computer. Peas, please. You're all dressed? Oh, my favorite kind, Nike. How much peas should we add, guys? Should we do... Probably 2 cups is way too much. Let's do like a cup and a half. Obviously they're frozen, but this still has to go in the oven and all that fun stuff. Yeah, that looks good. Nice greenery. Close this up and get it back in there. You like heavy peas. These are little sweet peas grown right here in BC. This and this is for let's give this a little stirsy. Happy sounds. This is looking very colorful, hey guys? Nice and healthy. A good mix of meat and veggies. Okay. Dropped a little piece of beef. Let's see if Doggo finds it. And then let's just add, I don't think I want to add all of this beef stock. Do like 1 cup. And then next step here, very important, we don't want to forget this. Just a little sprinkling of flour. It says approximately 3 tablespoons worth. Just for a little bit of thickening. And that'll take a couple of minutes to cook out. Hey, what's this? Cookie? Thank you for the 1,000 biddies. You should have waited till we're done, but thank you so much. You always get me when I'm turned away from the camera and it's like, surprise. Oh, see, now that we added the flour, definitely can take the rest of this. It's like, oh, where did all the liquid go? Into the flour. And I don't think I've put flour in a cottage pie mixture before. But it does really make sense. Yeah, we can definitely add the rest of this. Yum. So 2 cups of beef stock. This is smelling insane. And we just want to make sure that our flour doesn't really clump up. So that's why I sprinkled it over everything. So it can easily get absorbed with the liquids in here. It literally looks like Hamburger Helper. Yeah, without the cheese. This looks so freaking good. And I think as the veggies cook, they'll release a little bit more moisture too. So we don't need too much more. I just want to give this a taste. Remember, we have to season with salt still. Loving the wine flavor in there. Think that. I also want to grind some black pepper. Beef and pepper, always good. Take that off the heat. You can tell how hot that burner is. It's just smoking. Also, there might have been a touch of beef fat on it. Don't worry, guys. It's turned off. Okay, how is this now? Really, really good. I'm just gonna leave that there. Let's do our mashed potatoes and then we can layer everything up. Ooh, yeah, a nice ale, a beer of sorts would be really good, Buff. Okay, back over here, we have our potatoes boiled, staying nice and hot here. So first ingredient is butter. And for this amount of potatoes, probably half a cup, at least. And then we'll mix in a little bit of sour cream. It's important to add your butter in cold and have your potatoes really hot. You don't want to do melted butter because then you're separating the dairy from the fat, or the milk from the fat. And you don't get the same outcome with your mashed potatoes, because it's kind of separated already. So it just doesn't come together the same way. So let's start with that, and then we can always add a little bit more if we think we need more. Yeah, time to get buff for Bufffbagwell. I'm actually gonna open a window in here. It's time. Let me mash these potatoes with my Jamie Oliver potato masher. So celery root mash on golden potatoes. I always do like a nice gentle mash at first with the butter, just to get kind of things loosened up. And then once we add the sour cream, we can really get it whipping, make it nice and smooth. Butter and potatoes. Such a good smell just on its own. Okay, that's looking good. Let's add some creamy stuff. sour cream. You made kind of a mock cottage pie when you're experimenting with stuff. Slow cook steak for 8 hours and use that as the meat base instead of mincemeat. Interesting. Okay, let's do 1, 2, 3. You guys are like, what the hell? Just watch. One thing I've learned is when you think it's enough, it's not enough. Yum. Look at how that totally changed the texture of it. Graham is driving around Portland. Oh, they took Sunny. Cute. Yeah, I know they were visiting another one of our streamer friends who lives in Vancouver. We were actually hoping they would make it up here at some point. We'll keep bugging them, guys. Okay. Love the look of the skins in there. So let's give that a try. Definitely have no idea where I'm at salt-wise. It's actually pretty seasoned already. It's really nice and creamy. Do we get Spitfire cheese? I don't think so. What is that, Buff? Spitfire cheese. Pardon me, Sammy?
Definitely not.
Sammy says definitely not. I mean, it might be called something different here. Who knows, though? Not me. Mashed potato goodness. I'm good with that. Maybe a pinch more. Maybe a pinch more. That cool air feels nice from the window. All of this cooking, we're heating up. The toque's keeping me warm. Okay, this should be perfect. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what my Baba used to do to Reno. Seasoning salt, pepper, and dill. It's Gloucester or Gloucester. Is that how you say it? Gloucester? Or mature cheddar made with chilies in it. That sounds good. We don't get that, but I've seen like a chili cheddar cheese before, but I don't think it's called Spitfire. Okay, sour cream back in the fridge quickly. Keep that cool. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break before we start layering this. All of the hard work is done, guys. This is the really awesome part, is making the layers of the cottage pie. So I'll be back in 30 seconds. Hold tight. Hold tight. Strap yourself in. Okay, back. Sammy is streaming. Sammy's busy. There's no bathroom break dance for you, sadly. He's playing Zelda. Okay, let's get our Pyrex pan, 13 by 9, and start making these layers. I'm gonna push this pretty far up. And then I suppose, how good does this look, by the way? I suppose we should also turn on our oven to preheat for this. So I want to see what both recipes say, like what temperature you bake at, because I also wanted to bake the banoffee pie crust kind of at the same time. So 200C, is that like 400 and something? 425 Fahrenheit. And then the banoffee pies. Oh, we don't even bake the crust. Well, this is way easier. We just mix the digestive biscuits with butter and press it into the base. Well, that's way easier. It's roughly 400. Okay. Turn this on then. My oven's a little hot though, so maybe I'll do 380 Fahrenheit. Very precise, guys. 380 Fahrenheit. Okay, so Buff, would you say that the mixture for cottage pie is usually like a half and half mixture? Oh no, oh no. I'm gonna, I think, tip this in. It might get messy. Or is there more of the meat mixture than potatoes? Guys. Let's see where that brings us. Look at the side. Ah! We're gonna make a mess for sure. Okay, hold on a sec. I love this loose terminology. It's like, just make it however you want, as long as it has like most of the same ingredients. I really like that. You guys know that I like to basically do what I want when I cook. It's like, I don't think this will be good. Let's do it this way. Just try new things. Okay, we can add a couple more spoonfuls. I think with this leftover meat mixture, we should make like beef pies or like beef pot pies. Would be super good. 3/4 meat and 1/4 veg. Yeah, Buff's a meat man. I think this is looking really good. And I always like to use the clear glass pan because you can see the layers through it. Slap the meat. Maybe a pasty. Look, I learned, Buff, over the years. It's not a pasty, it's a pasty. Okay. Our potatoes. Yes. Yes, it is. Let's get a spatula, I think. Clean off our masher. I'm hoping to not have any leftover potato. Hopefully this makes one perfect layer. We can use it all up. Although fried mashed potatoes are okay too. Shouldn't go to waste. Yeah, it's so hard to tell people how to say it over text. It's a pasty, not a pasty. What? Who's this? Jay Purdy. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We are assembling a cottage pie requested by none other than Bufffbagwell himself. You can kind of make bubble and squeak. How's it going, Purdy? I love the weight that this has when you like drop it on. The beef just like pushes to the side. And I guess if you wanted to be really fancy, you could pipe this on. I was thinking about that, Buff. I was like, I wonder if anyone's ever done it with like a duchesse potato. Because that would be insane. And then the other important thing I've read about this is that you want to make sure that you make your potato touch the sides because you don't want your meat juices to creep up and color your mashed potatoes. You want to make that seal. That's my basic mashed potato, Sammy. Don't pipe it on, Buff says. I'll do a little like swirly on this. There's a little bit of mash still. Okay, are you guys ready to see these layers? Sam's going for the ultimate bite. That looks good. Almost half and half, I would say. Your mom would whack your hand with a spoon yet. Okay, we did shredded Asiago and a little bit of shredded herb and garlic cheddar. No, I like when Sammy tastes my food as I cook, because that way he'll tell me if things are good or not.
Maybe a little saturated over top it all.
Yeah, a pointed top so that like some of the potatoes get like crispy on the top, like a wave, if you will. Yeah, totally, Buff. I so understand what you're saying. What, Cookie? I like that one too. That's a good rendition of the syrup bottle. We got scissor. My hair is legit for real. Yeah. I don't have extensions or anything in. But it's taken me like years to grow my hair like this, like 6 or 7 years. Yeah. It's just a hat with actually straight hair sewn into it. I actually just wear wigs all the time. Your nan calls the little waves witches' hats. It makes sense. Plus, it's very fitting for this season, Buff. Thank you for sharing that tidbit of Bufffbagwell history from his nan. Nans are the best. Okay. Happiness. Let's not waste any cheese. Those are our layers. I feel like we crushed this. It took us a little bit of time, but this should be amazing. I think we did everything that we could right. Plus, fresh ground beef. How can you go wrong with that? Okay, I'm gonna pop this into the oven, get it going right away, get everything melding together. Probably gonna put a sheet pan on the rack underneath just because I don't want this to cook over and make a mess in the oven. There we go. Plus, look it, our oven is just telling us it's ready. So this is perfect. So I'm gonna guesstimate maybe about 20 minutes to half an hour for this to cook. 20 minutes to 30 minutes for everything to come together and be bubbling and melty on top. Yeah, it looks like a casserole. Let's do this, guys. Nom. I think I'll set the timer for 15 minutes though, and that way we can turn it or rotate it halfway through the cook time. Yum. So ready for that. So ready. Okay. We have to pack up this little bit of leftovers, but I really want to get this banoffee stuff done first. And plus, that stuff has to cool off. So we'll let that cool off and get into our little banoffee tarts. Those are so awesome, Cookie. These emote renditions, if we could save them, that would be really cool. Give this a little wipe since we're gonna keep working here. No! You can't copy and paste them. I guess you can't use them. I don't know. Okay, banoffee recipe. It says, these little banoffies are perfect for after a dinner party and super easy. Load the crushed biscuit bases with carnation caramel a few hours in advance and finish them off just before serving. That's good to know. It also has 5 stars. And it says it serves 8 7.5 centimeter loose bottom flan tins. But I have a little bit of a different type of tart tin. And I think we'll probably be able to fill 10 of these. Let's just grab this mini. And so the first thing we need to do, we need 175 grams of digestive cookies, crushed up. So I think I might crush them in the blender actually. And then 75 grams of butter melted. So let's measure out our butter and our cookies and go from there. So 175 grams of cookies, 75 grams of butter. Yeah, good old flan. I have not made flan in a while too. I would say since culinary school, probably. Buff, you have the squished onion emote? That one's funny. Oh, it says tear here. Nope. There we go. Hey look, I got in, guys. This whole package is 200 grams, so I'm just gonna say we'll use it all. Maybe minus 1 cookie. Okay, butter. Butter for melting. Tear. Hey, look. 73 grams. So close. Like, so close. We care about those 2 grams, guys. We do. Yeah, but wait. There's more butter. Yup. So we needed what, 3 grams? 3 grams of butter in here. Perfect. Don't blend the biscuits too fine. So would you just say for me to put them in a reusable bag and just crush it with a rolling pin instead? Because I think I like it chunkier as well, Buff. I used to just crush them up with my hands. You can so do that. Or just a tea towel. Okay, let's do that. Biscuits in the bag. Minus 1, because that was about 20 grams. Yep. More smashing. Oh, shucks. Holy smokes, guys. We have 45 gifts in the community chest already. And this is going to go for 2 weeks. This is going to be a good one. And I don't think that all of the gifts that they give are for free games, but I can be wrong. I could be wrong. Start here. Let's see, fluff it up so you can see kind of where the chunks are. A little bit of chunks just kind of on the exterior. Oh, thanks, Buff. It's a little marble rolling pin. I got it on sale when I did buy it a couple years ago. I think it was only like $20 to $30, so not that expensive. And it does work well. It's got good weight, so I don't have to work as hard, right? That's the trick. This looks like a good crush, hey? You have a glass one, whoa. One more little bit here. I think that looks perfect. Yeah, the drums. We're drumming today, guys. Okay, let's melt our butter. Chef Mike being put to work. Probably 30 seconds is enough. And then we are going to mix this up. Hopefully this is a big enough bowl. Really hoping so. Just a little swirl to get those couple of chunks melted in there. So crust, digestive, or tea cookies. A little bit chunky, that's the key. And then our melted butter. Yum. Got a couple of chunks on top. scrape that all out. Don't want to waste any butter because then your base might not hold together properly. Don't spill the butter though. Don't spill it. We're making some dishes today, guys. So this should look pretty wet when it's done being mixed. And it should be pressable, that it holds its shape. So if it's not like that, either you have too much butter or definitely not enough. So it was also important that we didn't leave the cookie pieces too big, because then you wouldn't be able to press it into the mold properly either. This looks like it should hold. Maybe not though. I think we need a little bit more. Yeah, it's not enough, Buff. You, sir, are correct. Like, it should really hold together, especially since we're not baking this. Almost looks like granola. Almost does. From back there. Yep. A touch more. Let's do that. And maybe that. This is the thing with baking, guys, is you just have to know when maybe you don't have quite enough of one ingredient. And so we only have 3 minutes left on our timer for the cottage pie. It should be around halfway through the baking process. So that's how fast 15 minutes go by. After you press it in the tin, you freeze it. Yeah. Then it really sets, right? Because the butter will harden back up. Okay, a little bit more. Yeah, just put it in the freezer to chill while you finish prepping the rest of it. Totally. So, Buff, do you usually make the toffee by boiling the sweetened condensed milk can? Or do you do it the way that I do it? And I think it gets mixed with a little bit of butter and brown sugar, as well as sweetened condensed milk. Yeah, this looks good now. See how it's softened enough? We'll be able to easily press it into here. The best way to do this is just to put them on a sheet pan as well, and then they can easily go into the freezer. Condensed milk, butter, and sugar. Perfect. Low heat in a pan. Okay. That's what I used to do as well. What do we think? Will we get 12? Maybe. I'm guessing 10. One minute. So I'm just going to take a quick peek. Oh. We're out of spooners. Holy smokes. Gotta wash that. Can you tell that we've used some cutlery in the last couple of days? It's the most annoying part. Yep. Yep. I've had it want to like kind of stick onto the bottom of the pan. And I was like, don't you dare. Don't you do it.
Do it.
So you really do have to stay beside it. No one wants burnt caramel. Holy. Starting to get some golden brown cheese on top. This is looking insane. Little rotate. 15 more minutes. And that is just some happiness. I'm gonna put a scoop in them to start. I'm gonna see if I need to add more. But I thought it would be fun to make little 2-bite banoffee tarts rather than one big pie. That way it's easy to like take for a lunch at work or something like that. A little treat during the week. Yeah, I saw that some recipes use coffee, and I was like, that would be so good. This is my little tart tamper tool that my grandma gave to me. So this is what I'm gonna use to smush this down. And look, definitely not enough. Like not even close. So I might have to dump some out from the other ones. Because these are pretty deep, which is also why I chose these tart shells. That way you can get a good layer of caramel and bananas and whipped cream in there still. But we did get nice bananas. It's true. It's true, Salmon. Okay, let's see if this is enough. And hopefully we get 12. I don't know, guys. Have you had it? So you've had it with the coffee in it then, Buff. What's the crust, Impossible Soul? It is crushed up digestive cookies or like tea cookies, English tea cookies, and just some butter melted. Press that down. Sometimes I even like to hold it. Kind of just press the side as well. Boom. What do we think, guys? Come on, focus on me. No, it's not going to. It's like, no, you know what? Not today, Kate. Not doing it. You had it with the coffee, but you got to be careful because it overpowers it. Yeah. Coffee, toffee, banoffee. Sounds crazy, Buff. All I can smell now, guys, is the cheese browning up in the oven on the top of that cottage pie. The crust almost looks like crushed up pretzels. See that being a comparison. But I think using this little tool will save me so much time than if I tried to press it down with just my hands. And that way they're all very similar as well. So it's very consistent. Stay. I'm hoping to get these pressed before the cottage pie comes out. And then we can quickly do the caramel because the cottage pie will have to cool down for at least a couple minutes. You don't want to cut into it when it's like molten lava hot. everything will just fall apart. So we want to let it set for a few minutes before we slice into it. It's got to rest. Cottage pie of the sea. Making fish pie for your menu this month. Cool. I saw that some people also use it as a version for fish. That would be really good still, I think. Like fish and potatoes. That's a good combo. It makes sense. See, that's where I would put the dill. I know some of you guys wanted me to put dill in the potatoes, but like dill with the fish would go good. I don't think I've had fish pie. I don't think I've ever had fish pie, Buff. Or at least not that I can remember. Yeah, commonly known as fisherman's pie. Yeah, not really a thing here. Everyone is like more about the clam chowder here, or like some kind of seafood chowder. Buff went for seafood dim sum. Nom. Remove all of the vegetables and it's just like straight fish. Sounds fishy. No, that actually sounds like it'd be super good. I could see that being really awesome. I'd be down to try it. We have lots of different seafood here. Some of my crust fell in. No. Okay, that one's a sad one. I'm going to revisit that because I don't like how it looks. But for right now, I'm not taking any time on it. See, iShot, I didn't even notice that you said buffert. Like, to me, I just read buffet. So you guys, like, worrying about your spelling mistakes doesn't affect me. But I totally understand why you do correct, because I am kind of, like, anal about spelling things and grammar. So I would do the same. It's like, guys, I do know how to spell and write sentences, I swear. Sammy, are you warm? Okay. I'm getting warm. They had a $600 50-pound lobster mountain? Buff, I'm coming to visit. What is this madness? Salmon haddock place? I've never even heard of that one. Or cod and halibut. You can pretty much get all of those here. Oh, covered in cheese. Unreal. Sammy, you remember the Korean guy that we would watch videos of? Go eat places. Do you remember what his thing was called? I think iShot would like watching his videos. Yeah. He did like a bunch of buffets in Vegas and we watched the videos before we left. We were like scouting out what to eat and stuff. I like his content though. Okay, I think we're getting away with 12, guys. We did it. Although, I don't know if we will, because this one looks a little sad and then this one, so maybe we get 11. Because if we make the sides too thin, they just won't hold any of the filling. Put a little bit in there, and maybe a little bit in this one, and this one. Don't push our luck too much. Gotta be really gentle when you put it back down too, because it likes to just kind of crumble. But I don't think these were digestive cookies. These were a little bit different. These were more like kind of animal cookies or baby cookies. Digestive cookies have a little bit more of like a crumble to them. So I'm thinking that these cookies that we use maybe just soaked up a little bit too much of the butter because they're drier. Yeah, or there's one there. There's one. Yeah, were they magic cookies? That's the thing.
Yeah, baby cookies.
They weren't magic cookies, but this is what the girl said that she had. She's like, yep, they're over there. I was like, oh no, that's like the only thing I get to choose from.
Holy shit.
That's a cottage pie, Sammy. You better be ready. You think you'll stick with one big pie sandwich, tin-sized, because that was a lot of work to do each one of them individual. Yep. Ice. Yeah. Just put the sad ones together. It's like, oh, these two look sad. They can go together, and now they make one happy one. Yes. How's it going, Ice? Haven't seen you in a little bit. Okay, this was the hard work of our Banoffees. It's true, guys. That was the hardest part. Pressing the crusts into the tins. Success, though. And now this is supposed to go into the freezer while we keep preparing the rest of the dessert. But I think we'll be able to time it out so that we take a quick little dinner break and then finish dinner, or sorry, finish dessert after dinner. Hey, Dolphin. Yeah, I don't know where that thing is from, Mike's Eye, but my grandma gave it to me when we were moving. And I was like, I don't know if I'll ever use this. It looks a little phallic, but it is perfect. It's really good for graham crumbs and also like pastry dough to press into a tin. Okay, just bringing these over to the freezer so they can chill. We got 11. So true, Mike's Eye. And we have 2 minutes left on our cottage pie before it comes out. Be right back. Back, my lovely people. Let's get our trivet out and let's check on this pie. 1 minute out. I feel okay. Taking it out now. Holy shit. You guys. What? This is like the greatest thing I've ever made. Brace yourselves. What? Yeah, Doggo's like, I smell something cooking. What? See if I can like back it up. It smells unreal. We got some cheese on there, Buff, but look it. If I zoom out, or sorry, a little bit of the beef gravy was already starting to come out. So any longer, and she would have exploded. Loving it, Buff. I am loving this. It smells amazing. But like I said, we can't cut into this right away. That would almost ruin it. It would just make it too messy to eat. And obviously it's way too hot to even eat right now. So let this sit for a couple of minutes before you cut into it, and everything will come out a lot better. Yeah, we got Poshers. She's sniffing around. She's like, what's this? Can I has? It's too salty for you, Doggo. The Doggo. Yeah, Sammy's just gonna come in soon. This side was better. Or go around the other side. Excuse me. I don't think that's allowed. There's no yelling in the house, please. I know you want some cottage pie, but I don't think it's for you. Are you listening? That's not for schmooze. She's like, can I has? Yeah, definitely a British Doggo. She's actually Hungarian. Why are you yelling? Do you like cheese or something? Are you cute? Okay, sit. She has not done that in a long, long time. That means she is really loving what's going on. Okay, I think I'm gonna just set this aside for now. We're gonna make up our little Banoffee caramel real quick. At least get everything into the pan, and then we'll cut into this, guys. But it really does need to rest. We can't rush it. I can probably just shimmy it over. I don't need too much room. Let me just shimmy this over here. This crust, like what? Yeah, gotta let them cool as much as we want to get in there right now. I already put a little bit of Asiago in the mixture. Yeah, imagine that in waves. That would look really good, Buff. Really good. Okay. What does this say for the caramel? Oh, they want you to use the carnation caramel from a can? This is not what I wanted. Let me see. I need to find a recipe that has it with the butter, sugar, and the sweetened condensed milk. There we go. So 75 grams of butter, 75 grams of dark brown sugar, and 397 grams of condensed milk. But is condensed milk different than the sweetened condensed milk? I don't know. Let's measure out our stuff though. Thanks, Buff. Let's see this one. That one looks really good. Black screen for everyone. Oh, it reconnected. We're back. We're back, guys. Okay, I don't know what happened. It just said OBS disconnected and then it reconnected. I don't know. Interweb things. That's all I can really chalk that up to. Oh, it's happened on some other streams as well? Well, I mean, I know that Twitch is developing or already has their own broadcasting little software for this site, so maybe that's kind of affecting OBS. Who knows? A 100 grams of butter. And so we melt the butter and then put the brown sugar in with it. Let that come together a bit. And then we mix in the sweetened condensed milk. And then that should turn to a nice golden brown. So I'm gonna do this in a little sauce pot. That'll be the best. That's crazy, Uki. Well, I hope that never happens to me. Okay, let's start melting that. We'll measure out the sugar at this point as well. And then we're gonna get into this pie. I am so ready. How's it going, Scrump? Did you have a good weekend? You thought it was your link, Buff? You're like, oh no. Ah. What's happening over there? Okay, 100 grams of brown sugar. 100 G's. We're still blaming Sammy. The year's not over yet. Who are we gonna blame next year? That's the real question. 2018 was blame Vune. 2019 was blame Sammy. Who's it gonna be next year? 2020. Blame Buff? No.
Blame Kate.
Blame Kate.
Hashtag blame Kate.
You got a big front blowing in at 4 a.m. Ah, it's not been very nice here either lately. You don't think we need that? I just don't want to burn the counter. I was just trying to move it over. I'm trying to move it. Sammy's like, oh, I'll just take that. Take it away. Okay, we need to cut it. We need to cut it. The reveal. No, that wouldn't cut through the cheese. What happened here? No, no, Buff. There's no blame Kate. So what? We're going half down?
Yep.
The center?
Yep.
Big old piece?
Yep. Cheese.
Yeah, that's cheesy. And then where? Like here?
Yeah.
Big piece for Sammy.
Hello.
Yeah, that doesn't taste bad at all. Sammy sacrificed his piece so that I can have a very photogenic piece. Hello, Matt. How are you, man?
Take the fistula and use that to get it.
Take the fistula? No, I need that one. I need the width. Oh, that's that one. We need the wide. The wide. Okay, this is huge though. I hear it. Thank you. This kid. Ah! You wetty?
A little more, Tony.
Oh, I don't think I put any. Why did Doggo leave us, guys? She got some stuff to clean up. This is cottage pie.
This is fantastic.
This is the layers. Look it's not too soupy. Yeah, very extra cheesy. I'm really happy with how this turned out, guys. Really happy. Don't need this anymore. Look at that. So it's not just like leaking juice all over the plate. Loving it. Thanks, guys. So the base is, we did fresh ground beef today from a chuck roast, so that was our first step. We have some mirepoix in there. So carrot, onion, celery, garlic, some fresh herbs, red wine, beef stock. I think that's it. And then the topping is mashed potatoes covered in cheese. Because I know that sounds terrible for you guys. Now we finally get to eat it. Stone Thor with the 2-month sub. Thank you so much. From Matt. Nonetheless, thanks, Matt. Man, you always gift me a sub whenever you're here. So appreciate that. Yeah, this is not gonna be good for me tonight, but I know it's gonna taste good. This is a huge piece. How's the squash? Is it cooked? Squash is all cooked and stuff too?
Almost.
It's a little crunch.
It's good.
Better than sog. I need Tony's. I want to just try it first without. Yeah, balanced, very balanced between the carbs, protein, and fat. If next year's not the year to blame Sammy, then you have to get all of your frustration out first.
True.
Yeah, only a couple months left, guys, to blame Sammy.
Good.
You gotta have the peas in it.
Yep. My dad does corn too.
Sammy's dad does corn, yeah. I think that's how Costco does too. peas, or yeah, it's not even cottage pie. Exactly. I'm liking the squash too. Just adds a little something something.
Crunch and sweetness.
Mm. Yeah, when you see the orange like that, just a little bit of fat in there. I did do carrots too, Matt. And the fact that you're saying you put carrots into something, love it. That is a vegetable that you desire. If you leave some, you put it in a bowl, mash it again, and fry it so you can make meat bubble and squeak. Deadly.
What?
Deadly.
Meat, bubble, and sweet.
Oh, yeah, green beans too. That like little frozen mixture that you can get.
I would totally heat this up and put cheese curds inside of it.
Why? Like before you put the mashed potato on, put cheese curds. Insane.
Yeah.
Oh, fresh or canned, never frozen. Word. I use frozen peas. Bubble and squeak is leftover veg from the roast on Sundays. So this is the thing, Stone Thor, is that cottage pie uses beef and shepherd's pie uses lamb. Although I know in North America, typically the beef version is still called shepherd's pie. Then they need a slap, right, Buff? It's really freaking good, I have to say. Like, it's just making me feel good. This is a happiness meal.
Mm-hmm.
With a lot of love put into it. Loving the cheesy crisp on top. Yeah, so good. So all in all, I will say that the BBC recipe worked really well. It was like we used it as a guideline for a couple of things, and I'm happy that we did. He's donezo. Yeah, you don't need the celery. It's true, Buff. Screw the celery. And carrot and onion, though? Yes. Yeah, why is Sam not using a little shovel? We should so get him just like a little shovel to like eat with. See, Sammy? Even Buff knows that you're a man-child. But that's a good thing though, right, guys? It's like the best of both worlds. You're mature, but you really don't want to grow up. He's got nothing to say to us right now. Oh shit. What's going on right now?
I'm straight onioned.
You're straight onioned?
Yeah.
You're like the cool onion?
Yeah.
It's kind of accurate.
Yep.
Just grow out your little tufts of hair on top, and that can be like the little onion
Like,
sprout.
Look at that
Yeah.
onion. Just go down.
Yeah, are you a superhero?
I am. I'm barbecue man.
He's barbecue man. Coming straight to you to put out grease fires since 1985. Definite stoner. Hey, get out of here. Twitch freak. Purple. Yo, do you like purple? Yeah, if you were barbecue man, you need a beer in one hand and a spatula in the other.
I can make that happen.
Nike. Yeah, what did he do? Just drop the glasses. It's okay. If that's all he did, we are okay. It's funny how you guys know that too, though. It's like, what did he drop now? So good. Oh my God, Buff. Oh man. To be honest, thank you for your honesty. I mean, hey. Okay, one more bite and then we're gonna make some caramel. And I'm gonna kind of munch as we make dessert. Because I don't think I'm gonna finish this whole thing first. Because I do wanna eat those. Big bite. Yeah, coarse grind on the beef is perfection for that. It's just so meaty. Sammy's dying. It's so good. Okay, let's go to the stove. This is the madness, the leftovers. So our butter melted a little bit sitting here. I'm gonna turn this back on and just add in our brown sugar. So equal parts butter and brown sugar, and then 1 can of sweetened condensed milk. And then I always like to add just a little touch of vanilla to this. That's my little trick. A teaspoon would be good. I just find it makes the caramel or toffee taste really good. Give this a nice whisk to incorporate the sugar and the butter. And once it heats up properly, it will start to come together. And then that's when I usually add in the sweetened condensed milk. So see how the sugar and butter is kind of separated right now? I can probably do this back here. You'll see better. That will come together. Double pie dinner. I'm just happy you made it to watch, Buff. I mean, I don't know how late it is there for you, but thank you. Yeah, this is like an interesting way to make toffee, but it is really tasty. So after this, we are going to whip a little bit of cream for the top. Okay, see how the butter is going into this now? And then we just need our bananas, guys, and we can totally assemble this. Okay, there we go. So that is together, and then this whole can, which is 300 mils. Scrape out all of the goods. Because it really does stick in there. This is my favorite thing to put in coffee as well. We need to crack this open more. It's freaking hot in here. You have food for a week if you portion and freeze the cottage pie? I believe it. Like, I cut us some pretty big pieces. But it's like a meal all in one slice, right? So look at this magic, how this just came together. But it is gonna get darker. We need to cook that a little bit still. Thanks, Smarty Marty. 3 days tops for eye shot. Yeah, it won't last long. Welcome back, Puncher of Kittens. Have you punched any kittens since we last saw each other? Buff, you would just crush the entire pan in one go. One thing Buff and I were saying earlier, guys, is that when we're making this toffee, is we want to stay near the pan because it always likes to try and stick and burn onto the bottom. So don't start doing too much else at this moment. We want our full attention on that, and maybe a little bit of attention on the cottage pie still, because it's delicious. Okay, getting some cream out. Whipped cream. Buff. Yeah, I would be on the toilet, but it's so worth it. This is almost there. Okay, getting out my little hand blender to do the cream quickly. Sammy's packing up the leftovers already for us. Okay, who in here has had the pleasure of eating banoffee pie?
Me.
Sammy says me. Because it definitely is an English thing. We don't see it here very often either. Yeah, you defo have. I don't think many other people have, though. Okay, a touch of vanilla in the whipping cream as
A lot
well.
of people in Vancouver did it after we fed it to them.
Throw the leftover beef into a hamburger bun. That would actually be good. That would be really good. Kind of like a sloppy Joe almost. Okay, I think we're good for this caramel. Pour that out. Coming back, guys. We are back. Boom. Black pudding. I would probably have to search around a little bit for that here. I'm sure there is a butcher shop though that does have it. Look at this, guys. Whoa, will it all fit? So see how it already wanted to stick onto the bottom? That's when you know you're good. If it's like, I'm gonna stick, you're like, no, we're good then. So that's how you're gonna act. You're getting poured right out. Happy with that. Got a nice little vanilla touch to it. You say that, but even over here, they sub the cod for place. What is that fish? I've never heard of that fish, Buff. Okay, while this is cooling, we should do a full English. That'd be really fun. I have eaten it before when I was in Newquay. Such a funny name of a spot. It's a big flat fish. Okay. Okay, before I start, 1 second. Stay. Boom. That is for you, Hotro Bubba. We're making the whipped cream. I'm cheating. Sammy's going in for more. Was that just the leftover separated ones? Yeah, from watching Racer Man. He's the fish and chipper. Yeah, Racer Man. I love watching that stream. And it's so nice and clean in there. Everything's so shiny. Yeah, right? I'm glad you guys noticed that too, because that was my first thing. I was like, everything's so clean. Well operated. I agree. Come on, cream. Fridays. We're ripping. I don't know if I've seen all the cod stacked up. I have to make sure I look before they open. I'm sure that's pretty epic. Yeah, I think so. A puka pie? What is that? Or battered sausage? Okay, we're getting some thickening action here. But said pucker. Pucker pie. Friday is the busiest day. That makes sense. A lot of Catholic people like to eat fried fish on Fridays, right? Pucker pie. Okay. We're getting thick. Turn this down a sec. Hello. That thickened up quick. The caramel. And plus putting it into like a cold shell. I don't want to over whip this cream, guys. I don't want it too firm. Just enough for a nice little dollop. I know. I need to mix it though. There's a point where the cream starts to look grainy. When you whip it, that's what we don't want.
Then start getting buttery.
Yeah, then you're on your way to making butter. I like how I ended up like over here with it.
Here?
I don't know if Rook's in here. I think he's streaming on his own channel.
Remember when you made butter?
Yeah, Rook made butter, guys. Rook's like, why did I make 4 pounds of butter from cream?
Yeah.
It took a while. But probably worth it still. Oh, we made it, guys. This was such a fun stream. Buff, I'm so happy that you're able to pop in. It wouldn't have been the same without you, man.
True.
I like all your little pointers and like how we can share little food memories together. That goes for all of you though. You know that. But it's nice to get pointers about the different cuisines that I don't really know. We whipped it good, Tom. We got cream, we got toffee. And I actually did not sweeten the cream. I chose to not because I think the toffee is gonna be really sweet and bananas are quite sweet as well. Now do the nene. Now watch me whip. Now watch me nene. I have not heard that song in so long. Hell no, that's never annoying, Buff. I wish you guys talk to me way more than you do, to be honest. I love it. All right, I am gonna go grab those crusts. This banana to me is like perfectly ripe, like just starting to get dots on it, so it should have a nice little vanilla flavor as well. We can start filling. We have little chocolate pearls, I think. I think we still have some. That's gonna be our little chocolatey addition. These little things. I'm gonna go grab the tart shells. BRB. So as I was taking these from the one side of the house to the other, I yelled up to my dad. I'm like, do you want a banoffee pie? And he's like, well, I'm not gonna say no. So I guess that's the answer right there. Okay, I'm going to pick 3. Let's do 4 of the like really nice packed shells. I think all of these ones are really good. And the other ones, they're good, but so-so. With the tartlets, we should have done plantains? How come? Aw, you bet your grandpa ate these delicious things. I wonder. I'm gonna slice this up before I start getting messy. How come plantains? Because that would not be really sweet at all. be like very starchy. Mmm. Perfect banana. Plantains are tiny, really? Because we get huge ones here. Yum. Okay. I already know we're out of spoons. I guess we'll have to wash one. The struggle. That's like the biggest struggle as a chef. It's like if you are out of spoons, the world is over. Don't know how to live my life. We don't have spoons. What is life? Okay, Buff, I had that so often when I was a kid. Yeah, Rice Krispies and cut up banana with like maybe a little sprinkle of sugar. Okay, so the cold little tart shell should firm up the toffee as well. And same with all the other cold stuff that's going on top. So I'm gonna do like 1 spoonful to start. See how it looks once we put the banana slices in? And then if we need more, we can put a little more on top. I feel like this toffee would be really good to put into your coffee as well. Toffee in the coffee. Four little banana pieces. That looks like it fills it nicely. This is gonna get so messy. I think that filled it really nicely because we still gotta put our whipped cream on top. Ready, guys? Yum. Something like that. I wanted it so that the banana pieces kind of like stick out and you're like, oh, there's banana under there? Guys, how many bites for Sammy to eat one? Did you actually want Nutella on yours?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get the Nutella. Guys, he's going Nutella. That.
You're putting chocolate balls.
That's what Sammy says. Bananas, hazelnuts, and chocolate. Sounds terrible. Scrump is passing out. 2 bites max. Buff's like, nah, 1 bite and he's good. That's what I said. I was like, Sammy, I'm making you 1 bite Banoffees. He said, I'm in.
How do we get them out?
Well, what I would suggest, a quick little dip in a little bit of warm water in the bottom of the shell, and that'll loosen out. If these sold in a high-end restaurant, how much would each cost? Could probably charge for each one of those like $6, which is crazy to think. Like $5 maybe, but I don't know how much money you would make off of it if you charged that. I'm guessing it's not coming off, Buff. I think it's a little bit like stuck to it. Is that what's what, Sammy? Really? Okay, we'll have to eat it inside the shell then.
I could do it in 1 bite. But I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, it is not staying together, hey? Dang. And I guess if we want to, we can always do like a little something something there.
Mm-hmm.
How's that? Diabetes? I haven't made dessert on stream in a while.
We'll put the other one in the freezer.
We will.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the beatus. The diabetes. It is a fine line. It's true, Buff. I mean, it's a different crust compared to
Digestive.
a graham or even the true digestive crust.
I'm gonna put the other one in the fridge. That was really good.
What are you putting in the fridge? Okay, 2 are for upstairs, guys. And 1 for this one. Yes. That's exactly what happened, Buff. Is it just soaked up all the butter and then it's crumbly.
Mm-hmm. I need more butter.
Sad times. Okay, I'm gonna switch this cam because I'm gonna be eating it up here probably. Yeah, super crumbly. Like it's not even super runny anymore. Why is banoffee pie so good? I haven't had this for a while. It's so good. Like the crust maybe soaked up a little bit of the toffee as well, which is nice because it's always a little bit hard to eat if it's too runny. Doggo's back. I actually don't mind that the crust is a little bit loose. It's actually quite easy to eat like that. Yum. A good sweetness, a good way to end this day, for sure.
That was fantastic.
Buff, you stuffed us, man. Like, can't open my eyes the same way anymore. They're like starting to fall down.
You guys out there still?
Thank you so much, man, for...
So bright.
Yeah, for requesting this. I'm glad you had fun watching. And yeah, thank you for the pointers. That is never annoying for me. Sammy's just gonna eat the sauce. Doggo, what you need? Okay, now that we're done, we can tell Doggo to say bye to you guys real quick. Doggo, what's this? Clean tit out.
Hey.
She's like, I will eat the tin.
No, no eating the tin. That's it.
Her little like raptor claws. Doggo.
What's this?
No licking the cutting board.
Yeah.
Hey.
That's just hot water. That's nothing. Nothing.
He drinks the sauce. Yeah, he's losing his foot. Okay, guys. Thank you for the wonderful week of streams. I know this week was a little bit crazy for us too. But next week's schedule should be on point.
What we do tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Tomorrow, I believe I'm doing smoked turkey pot pies.
Oh, okay.
More pies.
Pies.
More pie.
I like pie.
Yeah, that'll be a good one.
And then?
And then I know that Sunday coming up is National Potato Day, which is just a perfect excuse for us to make poutine together.
I'll probably be smoking a pastrami that day.
And Sammy's smoking pastrami that day.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't believe how fast 4.5 hours went by just now, by the way, guys. It was so much fun, though. And we made so many delicious things. Okay, who are we gonna go raid? What do you guys feel like doing? It blew by, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's where we're at. I think I started around 3:15 here. Yeah, 4.5 hours. Crazy. But I feel good. I feel really good. Yeah, Buff, slowly but surely. Maybe once a month we should do like something British. I see that Chef de Partie is on. Cheese stuffed bacon wrapped hot dogs and curly fries. Sounds like a heart attack, but we pretty much are there anyways already, so we might as well just continue this Sunday of deliciousness. Okay, we're gonna go see Robin. I haven't seen him in a while anyways. Yeah, cardiac arrest, let's go. Okay, guys, thank you so much for all of the resubs today. Gifted subs, Cookie. Shout out for those 1,000 biddies. Thank you very much for that. Hope you guys have a wonderful night or day wherever you're at. And yes, we will be back tomorrow night cooking up some turkey pot pies. Night, guys. Love y'all. Take care.
Lunch tomorrow.
Yeah, there's lunch. Yes. Bye.